just need a motion to nominate a mayor pro tem for the meeting.
I'm gonna draw straws.
Well, if you make the motion, then I guess that's who gets the short straw, right?
Make a motion to nominate Jared.
Mayor pro tem.
What?
Mayor pro tem.
No. Stay did not come through.
Alright,
Okay.
second.
It's only one item, right?
All in favor?
Aye.
I guess I'll have to stop doing my regular job. Welcome everybody to our special work meeting. We really have the one item, 2.1, discussion of a draft master development agreement for Olympia Master Development on 933 acres located approximately 7051 West Harriman Boulevard, Chase.
Thank you. Jonathan, did you have the presentation? If not, that's fine. Okay. While he's pulling that up, I'll just kick it off. So we are here to discuss the draft master development agreement for the Olympia development. As you well know, this item has been discussed by a lot of working groups over the last 2.5 months. We've had minor discussions about it in working meetings of the city council, and so this is really the first time we are gonna sit down and go through it line by line. Just so we're tracking what version do you have before you, on July 29th, I sent out an email with the most up-to-date version to the city council. That was also the version that I sent to the planning commission that they reviewed at their last meeting on Thursday. They did make a motion to recommend approval of the draft MDA with a number of modifications. I've included, as part of the hard copy items that you received, the very last page, include those modifications from the planning commission. So we'll go over those in detail. One of the other items that I wanted to touch on is maybe a proposed procedure for tonight's meeting. I think our time, we've scheduled this for 2 hours. Obviously, it's the council's meeting, shorter or longer as you determine. I think, however, given where we're at with this and the different involvement in the various working groups, and the members of the council around those working groups, I might recommend that we go through this section by section, talk about it, ask any questions that we might have, and then save deep conversation about each one of those sections, put it on a list, and come back to it after we've reviewed the entire MDA. That way we've got an understanding of the foundational elements of the MDA. As you know, with all agreements, there's a lot of overlap between provisions. So I think as we go through each one of these sections, again, itemize what questions or concerns or issues we have, and then come back to those after we have addressed each of the sections of the MDA. Again, that's just a suggestion. I think, based upon where we're coming from, that would be how I would recommend we proceed. I don't know if anyone has any questions or concerns or comments about that general outline of procedure for tonight.
I reserve the right to hijack it
Absolutely.
anytime.
No, I anticipate that there will be some, tangential conversations that we'll have about certain things, and that's totally anticipated, so. I just wanted to make sure that we went through everything and that we were able to discuss any questions that you might have. Just again, a brief overview. This is largely for the public's consumption who are watching this meeting. Again, this is a master development agreement for Olympia. You'll see the area highlighted in green is the proposed annexation area for Olympia, which this master development agreement would entitle. Here is the city's current general plan for this area. You'll see in light green the boundary of the city, the existing boundary. And then the general area that we're discussing is below the area in purple. Here is the proposed general plan that is coming before the city on the August 11th. This was heard and a public hearing was held by the Planning Commission. They recommended approval of this general plan layout. And then here's just kind of a heat map or a bubble map, as we're referring to it as, identifying generally the density type. There's not a key on there, but your lighter areas are lower density, and as it moves to, you know, orange, rust, red color, those are the higher density areas. And you have within your master development agreement, actually a master plan that goes into a little more detail than that bubble plan you just saw. So just some of the procedural background for this. On July 14th, the Harriman City Council voted to accept an annexation petition that had been filed previously, just about a month previous to that date, by the applicant. July 15th, the Planning Commission held a work session on the draft master development agreement, where they were introduced to the kind of original agreement, an earlier version of this agreement. July 15th, the Harriman City Planning Commission also held a public hearing on the draft design guidelines that they had been working on and had been presented in an earlier meeting. July 21st, the Harriman City Planning Commission also held a special work session, similar to what we're doing here. Yeah, do it all at once. Similar to what we're doing here, the Planning Commission met in a special meeting to review the development agreement and provide their recommendations to staff on that. Just a note on that July 21st meeting, the red lines in your current version are those recommended changes from the Planning Commission. So again, because this is a draft, you can accept those, deny those, take them however you will, but those, just for tracking purposes, are the recommendations from the Planning Commission. August 5th, there was a Harriman City Planning Commission public hearing on the draft master development agreement and the design guidelines. That was held just last Thursday. I've already addressed that their motion and recommended approval with modifications. Again, you've got those modifications in your handouts tonight. We'll go over those in greater detail. And then obviously tonight, we have our city council work meeting to discuss the master development agreement and the design guidelines. So, any questions on any of the items that I presented or touched on, or the procedure, recommended procedure for tonight's meeting? Yeah.
Not for tonight, I think for the public consumption, the schedule, the timeline. I've already got a lot of questions of how come it went through the planning commission so fast, it's never happened with anything else, et cetera, et cetera. We've had conversations that this is on a rushed timeline of sorts. Let's tell them.
Well, my question is how much public comment did they receive on both of these items in the two public hearings that they held?
So they did hold two separate public hearings, just for clarity. The design guidelines are a part of the development agreement. So when we talk about the development agreement, that includes the design guidelines. What we as staff and working with this with the planning commission decided to do was to break that up just so it could be consumed in smaller chunks. We held a public hearing for the design guidelines. There was no public comment at that public hearing. They also held a public hearing on just the development agreement, the body of the development agreement. There was no public comment at the planning commission meeting for that one either.
So both of those items at the public hearing and planning commission, zero public input.
I would add on to the question I have. This stuff took 2 years at the county, 2 solid years at the county to go through this. And our planning commission can go through 2 meetings, right? That's a little concerning to me, that it's like, whoa. It just speaks loudly of concerning to me. If it took the county 2 years, either they're just super inefficient there, or it just seems a little bit strange. And as far as public comment, I can tell you, everyone that's reached out to me had no idea what's going on, simply because we're in the middle of summer, lots of things are going on. It just didn't, and it's okay, you can shake your head, that's just the comments I've received back. Is it
I think the city
they
is
feel
done.
like, I'm not done, they feel like we have talked about having open houses so that they can see the MDA, see what the plan is and those types of things. And they're just awaiting those types of things. They were unaware that it was on that time frame going through the planning commission. They're just waiting for those public input opportunities.
And that is still on the agenda, right, to get those things
Perfect.
done. And maybe Tammy can provide some insight on that. We've got public, their name fails me, the community facilitators that will be holding meetings.
Nice.
And maybe Tammy, you can just touch on when those
Yes.
meetings will be held and.
So they're going through their training now because we just got all new community
Nice.
facilitators. So once we have them ready, they do need to be appointed by the council, but because this will be a mainly city-led meeting,
If you don't mind that they're not appointed yet, once these meetings start, then we can get them scheduled prior to that, or we can just wait until you have their appointments completed and start them then. We're also going to be setting up tables at our farmers market on Mondays so that we can continue to reach out to the public there. And we'll always make sure that there's city representatives that have been sitting in the meetings that are the ones that are out there speaking to the public.
Someone else asked me if there's a way, and I don't know as far as budget and things, can we send out a mailer? Cause there's people that.
Went out yesterday.
Oh, perfect, okay, that's
And
why
it's
I'm
the
like, I
same
don't
one
know
that
what
we
it's supposed to
had at Town Days, so it's got all of the information on it, it's just been updated with everything that's been done so far.
be. Schedule
And then how
events.
they can get additional information and how they can follow along, so that did go out yesterday.
And does it tell them how they can provide input?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a couple of comments. I actually, honestly, I get really tired of hearing that the public didn't know. The city has done a fantastic job of advertising, pushing it out on social media. I advertised it on social media, put it out there. So, you know, we have many other steps planned throughout the process that Tammy just outlined with community facilitators and mailers and all of those other things that she outlined. But again, I struggle to sit here now and say that the planning commission, one, didn't do their due diligence. That's that body's decision to make. We shouldn't second guess the work that the planning commission did. I don't think anybody was pushing. I had a chance to listen to the meeting. I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing, so I can't comment to the whole thing, but I certainly don't think there was anybody, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Chase or Nathan, anyone, if there was anyone really there pushing the planning commission to take action on that item that night. But again, I don't wanna, now I'm talking.
Sure, I'll interrupt you when you're done.
So again, I don't know that right now is the time actually to just come out criticizing the planning commission on the action that they have done and already, and the fact that the city is already, and that nobody showed up to, it was advertised, people didn't show up there. They're still gonna have plenty of other opportunities. But what I would like to focus on tonight is not criticizing the work that's been done to this point, but actually focus on the MDA.
I would like to clarify, I did not criticize the planning commission. It was said to them in a way, they had to make action that night. They had no choice but to either approve it or deny it, had to go through that night. And so that is concerning, deeply concerning to me. It felt like they could have had more opportunity to walk through the process, answer some of the questions that they put on the list, go through that process a little more freely than to be told that the decision had to be made that night. To me, that's unfortunate, and it's no reflection on the planning commission at all.
I guess I'd like a little clarification on if that was actually the instruction that they received.
So I showed up late to the meeting, and my discussion with them, once I did show up, was, obviously, we have a timeline for this. I don't think that was any secret to them. My recommendation to them was, rather than going through the process where we usually have a public hearing, we then send back the application to the applicant, bring it then back at another meeting, and do that process a few times, go through and do what we plan on doing tonight, go through each item and list what your recommendation would be on that. Because ultimately, it's the city council that makes the decision. And it was my advice to them that they could do that, and Clint did an amazing job of tracking those items and including those in the council's in the planning commission's modifications. But I ultimately told them that the decision was theirs, what their motion could or could not be.
With their motion, but they were told that it was not to be tabled, correct?
I told them when an application comes before them, they should make a motion on it. So they could recommend to deny or approve.
But they needed to make a motion.
Yes.
That's my point. They needed to make a motion.
So I'll just make one comment and then move on if that's okay, cause what's done is done, but I did I watched the majority of it and spoke to a few planning commissioners afterwards who were a bit frustrated that they felt like they had to move it through. And so it was, I think there was one that voted no, but several that voted yes, that felt like they had to just try to think of everything they could possibly think of to put on the list and send it through, because they were told it doesn't matter if you recommend approval, denial, or continue it, by process, it moves on from here no matter what you do tonight. So normally we give them the time that they need to give those suggestions, go back, have the developers make those adjustments, come back with that and go through it thoroughly. And we just didn't get the normal thoroughness that I think we generally do. But what's done is done, and we're here where we are. My question was, can we publish a schedule for the public to see going forward?
Yeah, I've got a schedule that I've kind of worked through, given our regular city council meeting schedule. Obviously, we can schedule any special meetings in addition to that, right? Just like we're doing tonight, we can say, hey, we want some more time to really just hammer in on just this and just focus on this item. Back in, I believe it was March, I presented to the city council kind of the general annexation timelines per state statute. One of those provisions in state statute requires that for an annexation to be effective January first, it has to be completed by October 31st. In working with the developer on this, that is the target date that they would like to hit. I don't think that's a secret to anyone. I know we've discussed that in a couple of meetings. And so I've kind of formulated and tabulated a schedule based upon that. And that would give us August 11th. We don't have this as an agenda item because we're having that meeting now. But that would give us August 25th, September 8th, September 22nd, September 29th is a joint meeting. And then October, I don't have that last date, one meeting in the beginning of October before we would have to submit an application, a finalized application to the Lieutenant Governor to hit that October 31st deadline.
I have a follow-up question on that. Now I understand that there's off ramps and you explained all that very well, for both the developer and for the city. Is that, a deal breaker? Does it have to be annexed by October 31st where the developer desires to pull their annexation? Or if it doesn't happen by then, can we still continue through the process? Or does that annexation petition go away and they have to start the process again?
So that's not written into the development agreement, anything covering that. But in working with the developer through this process, I would say that our ability to negotiate their coming into the city would be substantially hindered by going beyond that date. Right, they would have to speak to whether or not they entertain that still.
I'll just
but-
ask directly, some of Councilman Shields and Smith, you guys have had direct conversations with them and have spoke to this before, is that still the case?
I have no idea.
You'd have to ask them.
It's critical that we get it done this year. Help us make some decisions.
So that's the timeline, or else you're not interested in coming to Harriman?
I'm not saying that definitively, but yeah, we'll explore other options. We made a commitment to the city that we'd explore it this year. And if we don't, the understanding was that we had a commitment from the city to explore it with us. And if that doesn't work out this year, then revisit it next year.
I'll add too, so their agreement with the county currently requires them to submit an application for either annexation or incorporation before they hit 1,500 building permits in the county. I can't make a legal determination, because that would be the county's to make, of whether this process satisfies that requirement. But for the sake of conversation, if it doesn't, right, they would then potentially have the option to go out and build 1,500 units and come back to the city and try to rework something at that point.
Sure.
But that's me just speculating about what the outcome of that provision might be.
Understood, and then I guess, thank you for your comments, and then I guess just to reiterate on the legality of the annexation process, because it came in before October 31st, if we do not have it approved by October 31st, and both parties decided to continue to negotiate, do they have to redo the annexation process, or it just continues?
It would not, we wouldn't have to redo the annexation process, it just would not become effective until July
Right,
first
Right,
of the
I
following
just
year.
wanted to
So
make
they
sure.
don't have to like
They don't have to
reapply?
redo
They wouldn't have to
everything.
reapply.
It would just, if we decide that we don't have enough time to do full due diligence in that period, and we'd like to still continue, and they opted to continue, it would just continue forward.
Right, correct. Yeah, the state in their statute, for annexation, just has those two effective dates, January 1st and July 1st.
Thank you.
And I will provide, to your point, Councilmember Warren, I'll provide a more detailed timeline of what our next meetings are and what is actually left per state statute to be completed. One item that we have coming up would be a public hearing on the annexation petition itself. So we're currently in a protest period, which is required by statute. That's for a period of 30 days from the time the petition gets certified. The certification for the petition is just determining that it has followed the statutory requirements. Jackie and I certified that petition, sent you notice, and that triggered the protest period. That protest period expires on August 16th, so a week from today. Once that protest period is run, the council can hold a public hearing, and they're required to hold a public hearing on the annexation petition. That would be held potentially on the 25th. We would, in talking with Tammy, get our community facilitator meetings completed before that time, be able to compile that, present it to the council, and also have an opportunity for the public to come to a meeting held by the council to discuss the annexation petition. You don't have to make a decision that night. I'm actually recommending that you don't. I would push that down the road quite a bit. But that would be following the statutory procedures and timelines, the next item with regard to an annexation. So I'm also recommending, and state statute doesn't require that you hold a public hearing, but I think one of the items that we talked about early on in this process is that the planning commission, who is required to hold a public hearing, make their recommendation, but the city council also, just as a means of reaching out to the community, hold a public hearing on the development agreement, right? You'll hold one on the annexation, which you're required to do by state statute. But one of the things that staff has recommended to the council is that they also hold a public hearing on the draft development agreement as well, to get public feedback there, so. I'll come back at the next meeting with a more detailed timeline and be able to present that for the public's consumption as well as for the council's. But anything else on those items before we move on? Okay.
Have that by Wednesday then?
Yeah, I can send that. It's pretty simple to put together.
So it shouldn't be too tough, but anyway, that's.
No, I've already got it. What I'll do is I'll clean it up for public consumption. It's got my scribbles and notes all over it, so.
Perfect.
So with that said, I'll just start diving into the development agreement. You've got hard copies in front of you. You can follow along here. I'll reference what page we're on, what section we're on as well. Page 2, so the page 1, I'll just go through the outline here really quick. These are the recitals. There's some language in here that may change depending upon whether or not our general plan is adopted, our proposed general plan is adopted simultaneously with this project. Other than that, this is essentially just establishing how we got here, right, and what we're hoping to accomplish with executing this development agreement. Page 2, the language of the actual agreement starts in the middle of that page, section 1. These are the definitions. These are largely boilerplate. You see the same definitions in most agreements. I won't go through each one of these, unless you have questions about any of them.
There's just some that are missing definitions.
There are a few, yes, I'll point those out. So the first one that you're probably missing is apartment dwelling units. That comes into play when we talk about the number and type of units in section 2. So I'll touch on that in section 2 if you're okay. But one of the things we're looking at is how we define that from a legal perspective. We've talked about that, we've got some draft language, but I just have not plugged that in there. So that would just capture that specific housing type. Any other missing ones? I've got on page 4, section 1.25, independent review committee. This is something we've discussed as a development application review process.
You wanna ask, were there any other questions? You just
Oh.
going through these definitions, are there any others that
Right.
there's an opportunity, I think, to identify anything that's a question?
I guess my understanding would be we're gonna kinda go through this on a high level, and then we'll start back over again with some of our more specific questions.
Yeah, and with regard to the definitions, again, a lot of these are spelled out. They make a lot more sense when you read them in the body of the development agreement. We're just assigning a specific definition for purposes of the agreement, right? So there's no confusion about what those terms mean. So that being said, I might recommend we just jump to page 6, section 2. This is where the meat of the development agreement begins. And again, I'll go through this section by section, so I'll just give a brief overview of what that section is. And again, I would recommend that we notate if there's something we wanna discuss with that or come back to it. Obviously, I think it's valuable to just address minor questions about a specific section. But if there's more robust discussion that needs to be had, maybe we notate that and come back to it. So section 2.1 is simply, it's more of a recital than it is an obligation or a provision that establishes rights of parties. It's just saying that the city's vested laws in the general plan have been determined to be in compliance with the planned community. Again, it doesn't vest any rights with anybody, and doesn't require anything from either the city or the master developer in this case. Section 2.2 is the approved maximum residential units. So this language is very similar to what was included in the county's development agreement. It vests the master developer with 6,330 residential dwelling units. It states that they can be located generally in the areas that are illustrated in the master plan, as the master plan is included in the exhibits. But that final determination might be flexible given the limitations of the design guidelines and the rest of the development agreement. The following section, 2.2.1, simply states that the city doesn't guarantee that the master developer can actually build all of those units. That's up to them to configure, to sell, to improve, and to achieve that number of units on their own. And again, the very last sentence of that section states that they have to comply with the design guidelines and the MDA. I know in the past there's been a question where developers come to us and say, but you've entitled me to build this many units, so I'm going to build that many units. What this is clarifying is saying, you can build up to this many units if you comply with the design guidelines and the development agreement. So, section 2.2.2 identifies the specific housing types, and this is going back to the definition that I stated of apartment dwelling units. So it states that at least 30% of the housing types, whether they build 6,330 or whether they build 4,000, 30% of those have to be single-family dwelling units. They can build more, but at least 30% have to be single-family. Detached, yes, thank you.
Is that, when is that determination made?
So-
At that,
The very next section talks about how that determination is made. I'll get to that. Good question. And that next section's one that we added that was not included in the county's development agreement so that we could track this a little more closely. So at least 30% are detached single-family dwelling units, and at least 63% shall be individually platted dwelling units. Individually platted dwelling units are defined as single-family homes, condominiums, and townhomes. So at least 63% have to be that breakdown. Just to give you some context, those numbers, if you're doing 30% of the maximum units, would be about 1,900, and 63% would be about 3,980. It's just about 4,000. The remainder, only up to the remainder, can be apartment dwelling units. So only 37% can be apartments. They can build fewer apartments, but they can't build any more than 37% apartments under this provision. The rest of that section simply states that these numbers, the 30%, 63%, and 37%, are being used to determine and project what the impacts are going to be with regard to traffic. So a traffic impact study has been done. We're actually updating that traffic impact study to make sure that everything is
You're taking out the ridiculous notion that there will be any public transportation out there.
and maybe,
I can speak to that.
yeah, you're the one that's been working on that, Jonathan.
Yeah, so as when the developer was starting the process, it was understood there'd be some trans or some ideas similar to what we call internal traffic. And so in talking with their consultant, I guess the question we asked them is, tell us a little bit about that assumption in general. Sounds like, as opposed to assuming something unique about the development, they took more of a conservative approach and used a general practice assumption. saying that they would have I don't know what the percent would be, but it's just a general practice assumption that would have been done, say on any other project, was our understanding.
So
Any
no,
other project in here?
explain that, I wanna.
Yeah, I don't understand what you
Because we know that, I mean, UTA's flat out told us that nothing's coming.
You sounded like a politician.
So that was it. Go ahead, Justin.
I would say they used more of a general approach to what they would use in a general development. It wasn't anything particular about Olympia that they made any changes or adjustments to what they would typically do for.
But I guess
They didn't anticipate any internal capture rate, cause that was another one, internal business, so it was generating internal business, right? So that's what they're saying is we're trying to have this close proximity to working so people will walk. That was another assumption that I think was brought up. And so they used general practices, nothing, they didn't change what they would normally do just for Olympia.
general practices compared to Salt Lake City or general practices compared to Harriman City? Cause general
So
practices.
we kinda want a
back
definition of
Yeah.
what that
Way different
general
than general
practice is.
So
practices
similar
in
to
Harriman.
what you might anticipate on what is being proposed by the developer, you know, I don't know that there was, so what they're given is a land use assumption, roadway network. And so with that information, they go about doing a typical transportation model. And there's percent capture rates that you would use for
That's what we'll wanna
certain
know
land
next
use.
time.
What's that?
That's what we'll wanna know
Yeah.
for next time. Tell us what those assumptions are.
It's not that we think that there's anything going on nefarious, it's more of
We just need to
a,
plan adequately.
yeah,
So the way those are set up is you have a manual you pick your numbers from, and it's a national standard. And so there's like urban and rural settings, and I'm sure they picked something on the rural side for.
And that's fine, we just wanna know whatever they are.
yeah, so it's mostly just we know we're not gonna get tracks or anything anytime soon, or even a bus route, to be honest, I mean, UTA just came out and said that the microtransit's kind of the way they're going, and so we wanna make sure that we're appropriately.
I don't even know if it gets down to that grain of a
And
level. It's a general capture rate, and so it might be beneficial if we had their consultant in one of these meetings come and speak to it, because they're the ones that are running the model and seeing the inner workings of it, so.
But I think it's mostly just we wanna make sure we're planning appropriately on this one.
And to the planning piece, one of the things that we've done, and we've worked on the developer with, is stating that anytime a development application is made to the city, they submit a letter, a traffic impact letter, stating that their proposed development complies with the traffic impact study. So essentially what we're trying to do is say, yes, they got it right, and if they didn't, then what we require under the development agreement, we'll get to that language in a second, is that they do an additional traffic impact study to anticipate what the impacts of the proposed development are going to be on the region. And then they are required to, under the current draft, required to pay their proportionate impact of those additional impacts, right? Cause they're capturing a rate and a fee that they think is going to pay for the infrastructure that they need at a given these housing types based upon the traffic impact study. Essentially, long story short, if we get that wrong, they've gotta come in and make up the difference. So we'll get to that in
Okay,
a
sorry,
second.
so do that process over.
Yeah.
I think that's 2.4.1, so
It
let's
is,
give it a
yes,
second to get
we
there.
wanna get there, we'll get there in just a second, yeah, so essentially that's the remaining portion of 2.2.2. It's just stating that these numbers, the 30%, the 63%, and the 37% are what are being used in the current traffic impact study.
And that's based off of the maximum, not off of what's been developed that time, right? So, and this is mostly so that, cause I know the argument's gonna come back from the residents later is, well, you said only 30%, or at least 30%, if they start with all the apartments, that's gonna show out of whack, and it's not gonna be until the end of the thing, so is there any way that we can clarify that that's the case? Because what I know that there's gonna be some angry resident 10 years from now that's gonna be upset that it's not 30% right now as opposed to 30% over the total project.
So the very next section, accounting for use of maximal residential units, 2.2.3, states that anytime they submit a development application, they are required to submit a development report. That development report shows the number and type of units that are being proposed in a development application and compares them to what is left and what still needs to be developed. we arguably don't have a provision in here that says the city's gonna withhold building permits if your ratios are off, because again, they're likely going to, given the phasing that we've discussed, not going to just start off building apartments. They'll probably start off with single family and some multifamily homes, and then work their way to apartments and then back to multifamily and single family. So it will be us to enforce that provision. As we've discussed this with staff, however, it's really not that difficult to determine whether they're able to complete the remaining units and look at what they're entitled to and what they're obligated to build, and then withhold building permits until they show us how they're going to be able to construct those. So. Does that answer that question for that provision, Mayor?
More or less, yeah, I just want it to be abundantly clear so that there's not a fight about it down the road.
Yeah.
And I'll just state for the public, anybody's watching or will watch later, we've not agreed to these numbers and percentages or anything. This is just what is initially before us. We'll have those talks later.
And would you like me to notate things that we wanna come back to, or are you each doing that individually?
I think we'll pepper you.
Okay, that's good. As long as we're tracking, I don't want anything to fall between the cracks, and like I said, I wanna make sure we get through each one of the provisions so that we have a good foundation going forward of the full agreement. Section 2.3, land uses within the planned community and their configuration. Again, this is a very general provision that just states that the final determination of where those land uses go is largely up to what the master plan lays out. It's likely to differ slightly, given the flexibility within the design guidelines and the master plan. But what we see in the master plan is not the final layout for each one of the place types or unit types within the project. 2.4, compliance with the traffic impact study, the letter. Yeah.
I do have one question about 2.3 where it talks about the appropriate administrative land use authority. Who would that be in this, the way that it's proposed right now?
So the proposed land use authority would be the independent review committee, so the IRC, which is section 4, I
Just
believe.
wanted to verify
Yeah.
that, thank you.
Under our current ordinances, it would likely be the planning commission, and or staff. But we'll get to, again, the development review process that's proposed in this agreement. So section 2.4 is the compliance with the traffic impact study and the process that I discussed previously. So anytime again, just prior to this provision, we are updating the traffic impact study. That's going to be based upon the total number of units, the types of units, the proposed uses within the project. Every time they submit a development application, they're required to submit a letter from a certified traffic engineer stating that their proposed application complies with the underlying traffic impact study. If it does not, and what that determination would be is that the level of service for those roads within that proposed development or in the regional impact would be lower than D. A service, level of service lower than D.
D is what we require of the rest.
Yes. If they don't meet the underlying traffic impact study, then section 2.4.1 would kick in, where they would be required to complete an updated traffic impact study. That additional traffic impact study would look at the proposed types of units, the number of units, the other uses within the project, and then make a determination about what the impacts would be on the surrounding area and what improvements would need to be made to get that back up to level of service. 2.4.1.1 talks about the scope of that traffic
Let me
impact
interrupt just
study.
one real quick thing. The language in 2.3 just says this general appropriate administrative land use authority. In 2.4.1, it's actually specifying the IRC. Would we wanna keep that language consistent
Yes,
between these different paragraphs? Okay, thank you.
thank you, Steve. So 2.4.1.1 identifies what the scope of the traffic impact study will be. Part of that, and I think what's most important for the city to recognize, is that additional traffic impact study will have to identify what the recommended improvements are in order to bring that level of service up to D. And it will include a calculation of the master developer's proportionate share of the cost and the timing of those recommended improvements. And again, that goes to capture any inconsistencies that we might have in the underlying traffic impact study, right? Rather than saying, we've gotta get it right the first time, which is nearly impossible from an engineering perspective, we're saying, we're giving our best shot based upon the information that we have, and if that changes, we've got a way to capture that.
And what's how have we defined proportionate share?
So that would be determined by the updated traffic impact study. So our underlying traffic impact study will be able to identify what the proportion share is, again, based upon current projections and information that we have.
Should just look for the next one for my next question, so we're good.
So section 2.4.2 identifies that the proportionate share of those additional impacts shall be paid for by the master developer or the sub-developer is what that should say. And if there are any disputes about the underlying assumptions or any of the engineering with regard to the traffic impact study, there is in section 2.4.3 a dispute resolution procedure, just that allows the parties to resolve that dispute.
And we only have 14 days, is that what I'm seeing here?
And how that works, this is a pretty standard resolution process. We get together, try to work it out. If we can't work it out, we try to agree upon a mutually agreeable traffic engineer. If we can't agree on that, we each appoint our own, and those two appointed then would select a neutral traffic engineer to moderate that situation.
I don't have any issue, I'm just trying to, as I look through this, I see the 14 days to start, like, what's the time frame to start that dispute process? So like, what is that? And we may not have an answer right now, but if, you know, I come up, I see the road going in now, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, shoot, there's a problem. You know, are we too late? Like, that's where my questions are in regards to that.
Yeah, so what we're dealing with here is a proposed road, right, that would service a development. And what we're identifying is saying, the road that you proposed and the impacts to existing facilities as well as the proposed facilities would bring it down to a level of service lower than D. So we would have an opportunity to say, we're not going to issue a building permit because of that reason, and that would be the trigger for the dispute.
So on the other side, so if there's a current road that the new project would bring that level of service down, we'd still have the ability to come in and say, this isn't sufficient.
And largely what we're talking about are roads within the project, so on-site improvements, right? And that's going to be something that's easily adjusted because the developer or a sub-developer, as the case may be, are going to be able to just adjust that as part of their application. It does get a little trickier with existing facilities, but it states in here that we'll determine what that impact is, and that's largely what our underlying traffic impact study is going to be doing. And in speaking with Jonathan and Blake, that's not likely to be far off. What we're more likely to see are impacts to on-site roads in a proposed development application.
One thing that about this 2.4.3 is, you know, I think part of this exercise is, and the purpose of this agreement is to contemplate kind of worst case scenarios, right? Who does what and what are the responsibilities of the parties? 2.4.3 ends up with the possibility that there's no binding agreement. At that point, then what happens? If we don't agree and they don't agree, and the mediator gives an opinion and, for example, the city doesn't agree with that opinion, is the city then obligated to continue issuing building permits?
Nope.
While that's a dispute?
And it would-
How does that ever get resolved if it goes through this process and ends up unresolved?
It would result in litigation, right? You would have likely a breach of contract claim or a claim to enforce the contract as written. So, and that's not written into the agreement necessarily, that's just a contract
It's a
principle.
statutory-
Would this ever go to the appeal authority?
Not for this item.
Not for this item, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something that we could build in there, right? But again, generally, appeal authorities' decisions are not binding either. They're, in most instances, they're suggestive, so. Any other questions about that traffic impact study? Again, the idea was to try to capture any impacts that might not be anticipated up front. So. Section 2.5 is telecommunication services. This is largely a provision governing the installing of fiber and other telecommunication networks within the project. This is, 2.5 is simply stating that they can install conduit within the project. 2.5.1 states that we give them an easement to do so if they install conduit within the project.
But one question I have about that language where it says an exclusive easement? Would that be in conflict with any other current or proposed internet providers or something like that, or telecommunications providers?
So because they are a public right of way, we would be able to issue additional franchise agreements. Where was the exclusive word at?
2.5.1, the second to the last line. Zone choice and grant an exclusive easement.
So that is master developer granting the easement. So that would be them granting an exclusive easement to a telecommunications service provider. So we can still come in and allow additional operations to occur within the city's rights of way. This would just be this master developer contracting with, say, just some service
It's letting
provider.
them giving,
And they're being able to assign that exclusive easement.
I just wanna make
Is that-
sure that that language doesn't create any conflict from any other service providers requesting an easement.
if they come to us, are we able at that point to go and
It's-
override that?
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't viewed it in that light, but
So they would only be able to issue that easement when they own the property. So that would work with like an HOA, sometimes they have private exclusive easements for certain providers. But as soon as that were to go on a plat and be deeded to the city as public right of way, we'd get a title report and we'd kick it out and say, you gotta release this easement or clear it before it becomes right of way. So I think it kinda handles itself that way. I can't think of another way where it would get trapped, because everything that comes to us on a plat has a title report. One thing that could happen is if they quitclaimed a piece of property to the city that had an easement across it. So, I don't know if there's a clause, I don't remember seeing one about property needs to come with a special warranty deed or plat instead of that, then we'd get title reports every time. So that could protect us with that.
no, it's a good point though, Steve. I think that language can be shored up a little bit.
Okay.
And then 2.5.2 just requires that there be a franchise agreement if a telecommunications service provider does come into the city and operate. So you've got experience with those. We just approved one a few months ago for Paul, what's his name? Paul Murdoch, to install within the city's rights of way, so.
It also says that we have to agree, basically, however the developer chooses that company, whatever. I think it's the same vein of question, we don't wanna get stuck with something that isn't in the city's best interest.
And that would be, right, I mean, that's up to them to determine how that gets serviced to their.
Right,
their
they have
project.
a right to put in
Whatever they want.
an easement to their private roads and private communities to do however they want it. I just don't want it to impede
Right.
the city's ability to do
Additional
down the
one.
main.
That's a great point.
through-
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think I can shore this language up
This
quite a
says
bit to capture
The city
that.
shall execute a franchise or similar agreement with each cable information provider selected by the master developer. It doesn't say what terms we have to.
And those are pretty statutory, to be honest with you. There's a Telecommunications Act that the state passed a while back, and our city's even adopted provisions of that
Yeah.
require us to have form
Just
language.
pointing out in
Yeah.
general, anything that says we have to.
Yeah.
Right? We need to make sure that it's okay.
It's okay with that, right? And that's, I guess, the question, right? Are we okay with that language as shall, stating that we shall do that? That creates an obligation for us there. It's a good point, Jared.
But each of those, whoever they would choose would still have to operate underneath a franchise agreement
Correct,
within the city, so.
correct.
So anything that would require them really is protecting, I mean, the way I'm reading it, does that it really protect the city to say that they shall execute that?
Right.
That's,
It cuts both ways.
it's almost
does,
like it
yeah.
should say the franchisee must enter into a franchise
Right.
agreement with the city.
Okay,
I got you.
They shall, not city shall.
That's a good way of putting it. I'll have my paralegal draft that.
You know, I would agree though. I think it's one of those things where, I can't comprehend under what the circumstances would be where we would disapprove of franchising, right? Like,
I
goes
can
in my
think
head
of a
like that
couple.
kind of thing, but I don't like the ability that we wouldn't be able to exercise that right, should there be a legitimate reason not to.
Great point. No, I'm glad. This is the type of discussion that's really helpful for me as well as I go through this. All right, section 2.6, the master developer's discretion. Again, this is another provision that just states that the master developer has the discretion to determine whether to construct the project at all, or how much of it to construct. The next page, on page 9, does state that if a certain portion is begun, then they do have to complete the improvements associated with that project, right? So if they start phase 1, they've gotta complete the improvements for that phase or that project, whatever has been approved by the city.
And that's just for per plat.
For approval, yep. for
So, cause
development
the way I'm reading it is based on a specific preliminary final plat, then they have to do all of the infrastructure associated with that plat. Is it only the infrastructure that's on that plat? Because that would be the plat, we have to plat it in order to make sure that it's all understood.
Yeah, it would just be the infrastructure associated with that development application that's approved, and that approval generally comes in the form of a preliminary plat, right, or
And I might add
something similar.
that there could be some offsite or
That's my.
infrastructure that is outside of the plat that's associated with that particular project.
I think we
That
call it a
would
plat,
be-
but we mean the subdivision project.
Right.
Cause the
So-
plans, we call them
And
by the plat, but.
And
they're
that's,
subdivision
and that's
plans.
really where where the distinction for me lies is, cause the plat seems, only what's on the plat is what's required. But what about that, what if there's a connecting road that needs to be built to facilitate, that doesn't necessarily call that out.
There's 100 feet to connect the sewer.
Yeah, and that's not called out here, so I don't know if subdivision is the right word, or the
And
subdivision
associated.
plan, or.
It's a good point.
I think
Or
our,
And
associated.
the improvements associated, is that how you're covering that, Jonathan, or it says shall have
think our-
obligation to complete the improvements associated with
Correct.
such
and I think that statement came from the, desire to have, if there was a capital facility road touching that project, we wanted that road to be built as part of that subdivision. We didn't wanna just leave that out for the subdivision down the road to come and build the whole thing. So that was our intention there, and maybe we just need to word it a little better to capture that.
Who controls that though? Who controls if they feel it's associated with?
So they would come in
It's
for,
adjacent.
yeah, if it's adjacent, or even if as they go through the final engineering review, we've got, the engineering team will say, well, this improvement's required for this particular subdivision, so on and so forth, and they don't get that approval nor a signature on the plat until those are all encompassed in the asset.
So there's no argument on that, it's all up to our discretion.
As long as we follow the rules, but yes.
I'll make that note though, I think that's a good improvement to that provision. Section 2.7, concurrency management required. This is a provision that essentially states that we don't have to approve any development until the master developer or the sub-developer, as the case is, demonstrates that they're able to service that area, right? That they're able to provide water service, fire protection, police, those types of things, concurrent with the development. It also states, it's not this provision, let me read this real quick. Oh yeah, the last section, all utility and infrastructure systems, so all of the improvements shall be anticipated at build out, right? Rather than saying, we're gonna build the infrastructure needed to service 1,000 units in phase 1, you're building the infrastructure to service 6,000 units, right?
They need a 10-inch pipe versus 8-inch pipe, they have to do it based on.
Correct. We do have a provision, or I haven't put that in here yet, but one of the provisions that we do have with your recommendation and feedback would be an upsizing, and we'll get to that in just a second. So if we require something bigger, say like a water line, a 12-inch, and they're only required to put in a 10-inch, we would just cover the difference in that.
I just assume everything's gonna be a 16-inch.
So, and then section 2.7.1, this is really belts and suspenders. This is governed by state statute and local law, but we're just putting it in there that anything that's bonded for will follow Utah state law with regard to the release and the holding of those bonds. Section 2.8, acknowledgement of parcels. So there's a provision in state law that allows a quote-unquote parcel or subdivision to be created without entitling any of that property for development. What this is allowing is, or what this is acknowledging rather, is that that provision exists, that we are acknowledging that the master developer can create a parcel or subdivision for the purposes of selling that parcel off. The final section states that this does not create any entitlements with regard to that. They still have to come in for approval, whether that's a builder or the master developer themselves. They would have to come in for a submit a development application, come in for approval with regard to the development of any lots or commercial space within that project.
I have a question on it. It seems like there's paragraphs that could put certain rights in certain paragraphs with certain rights and other paragraphs in conflict with each other. And this is an area where I have a question is, if there is a parcel of land that is master planned to be low density residential. They wanna sell it to somebody who wants to build medium density residential or some apartments or something. There are paragraphs in here that give them discretion and flexibility that say they will generally follow things, but they don't have to be specifically followed. What happens when their flexibility to generally follow conflicts with our desire for a specific continuation of the master plan, right?
Or it
So
turns
where-
into the subcontractor just going off the rails, right? Cause it's not gonna be the master developer, it's gonna be the sub developer that goes off the rails there.
So is your question, it sounded broad, but is it
Yeah, is it-
specifically with regard to this provision?
Yeah, let me give you an example. You've got a parcel and it's, 20 acres, right? And in the general plan, it says it's going to be low density residential. We're thinking that's gonna be 3 units per acre, whatever it is. And there's gonna be, 60 units built here, right? And that's what the general plan says, that's kind of what the phasing looks like, that's what the plan says. However, their flexibility could say, you know what? On this part of it, we wanna turn that, instead of building 60 residential units, we'd like to build, 140 residential units and make that more medium to higher density, right? And in this agreement, we're giving them the ability to be flexible, right? That they only have to generally follow that, not specifically follow it. I see the potential where a subdeveloper wants to acquire a piece of property with the global density rights, I guess I would
Sure.
say, right? And their ability to be flexible in that, inside that density, right? How do we resolve potential conflicts between that flexibility in their entitlement versus the specificity of the general plan? I guess that's my question is this empowering a subdeveloper to trump the general plan and the council or the land use authority, whoever that is, to say, no, that's not what we see the plan should be. But now we've empowered the developer with the flexibility to override that. Where,
Are you saying
How
that that's
do
what
those
this
two things-
paragraph's saying, is
Potentially.
2.8?
potentially because it's not being platted when it's being sold.
So, can I take a stab, tell me
Yeah.
if I'm right or wrong, just
No,
as,
as
cause
a
as we're
paralegal.
reading this stuff and we make our own interpretations, right?
Yeah.
So then I guess maybe part of this is from experience, I looked at Clint too. At least as I read this, that's not what this says. Yes, no?
Steve's
Steve's talking about a
interpretation-
global
Right.
issue
Right.
versus what this particularly calls out. And the global issue is resolved by the master plan, right?
It's tangential to what's in here, yes.
Okay, so like this, the way I read this section is it's saying specifically, they're just the developer, they're not building houses, they're gonna sell these off in chunks like that, right? So what this, at least what I'm reading this section to say is that just because they sell off 20 acres to whoever, that doesn't mean that they have to bond for or put in the infrastructure yet, right? Either of them. That whoever they sold it to then has to come through the process, get their approvals, et cetera, and do that at the end. Just selling it off to that next party doesn't mean they have to do all of it.
And reading this, I understand there's a very reasonable purpose for this and how it's intended. My question is this paragraph, and as it relates to some other phrases, creates some question when there's some unreasonability, right? And so that's what I'm trying to get to is how ultimately do we remedy those?
Yeah, the negative inference here is that, so to Jared's point, this is stating that we're acknowledging that those can be sold off.
And it's basically saying that we don't know exactly where the
Yeah,
lines
totally
are, and,
right.
and so we don't end
Absolutely.
up with the issue we had, and I can't even remember the subdivision's name. Right, where they were selling individual lots before there was any lots to sell.
Right.
Right, that kind of speaks to this, so it's saying they can't do that, they can't sell those lots just because they sold it to a builder, pick a name, the builder can't go and sell so many lots before they come in and plat it.
And to,
Right.
yeah, no, that's correct, and to add to that, to answer your question, Steve, this doesn't, the negative inference here is that we don't approve anything just because a parcel's been sold, right? So there's still an approval process and a development application process from the builder who purchased that parcel. It's gonna have to come and comply with the master plan and the development agreement. And we see that often in the city, right? A master developer comes in and says, hey, I bought this many lots, I'm here to plat them and build them. And we just say, well, you don't get that many lots and you gotta put a park in and oftentimes we're working through that. One of the things that we've done to try, in this agreement, to try to alleviate that issue is the red line you see, anytime a development application is, or not a development application, but anytime a parcel is sold off, the master developer gives us a development report stating, here's how many units I sold off, here's what the requirements are going to be. So that way we're trying to communicate that up front, and we're getting a copy of that, and we're gonna be queued up to know that it's not in compliance with.
And
with
ultimately, the MDA would rule, right?
It would.
So we've got,
And
we've
I
got the
told-
general plan
yep.
zoning, and then the MDA says, this was, I think to the bigger point, just correct me if I'm wrong, Steve. If this says this area is single family and it should be the 60 units, and the next party that bought the land comes in and says, well, the way we read it is we should get 140 units, what protects us there?
And or if they, if they were selling it for an apartment builder, right? They have, the way that it's written right now, 2,342 apartments. If they're gonna sell so many acres and you get 300 apartments, they're gonna put 300 apartments, is that how it's sold to them? That they get that right?
We
They
would-
just
we would
subtract
see
from
that,
the
yeah.
MDA total? I'm just,
Cause that's the way it seems that some of this land is being sold now, it's not, they're not selling a price per acre, they're buying a number of units.
They're buying
Yeah.
units,
And so if we don't allow them to build that many, is there, what's the recourse there?
Yeah,
Right?
that-
For us,
that's my concern.
this should trump all of that, and we should say, look, you gotta work that out with whoever you bought it from.
And it
It has
does.
nothing to do with us.
And I think, I'm not gonna put them on the spot, but I think the master developer would agree with us on that. In fact, we've had a project with them in a different area where we had to go to their builder and say, both of us say, no, the master development agreement.
So
Nice here.
I think I'm understanding that with that red line, then it goes back to the 2.2.3, which says you have to give us a report saying how many units are going in that particular location. Does that report bind? Or is that just a report saying this is what we think is gonna go here?
That's what we've sold to them, so
So that report,
subject to approvals, right, by the city.
but once it's sold, is that, cause I don't wanna get in a situation like we had in Rosecrest and where they were trying to buy new land and that came with the units, but then the other party wanted to still keep the units and they just wanted to move them to a different, I don't want that situation to come. I want it to be where it's very clear that once you've sold it with this unit attached, you can't use those units elsewhere, even if that particular subdeveloper can't use it. And that's where I'm not sure, and I don't understand yet how that protects the city in that fashion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if that's what's going on, great, you're the expert, not me.
So this does not say that.
Okay.
So currently, because this is a master plan community, if they only build 100 units and they purchased 120, Those 20 could be built somewhere else.
And that's where
But this development report would track all of that to say, because this is just stating, that red line stating, it will be submitted, the development report will be submitted when the parcel is sold. But 2.2.3 also requires that the development report be submitted when the final plat is recorded. So we're gonna have, here's what we went into this understanding, here's what was actually built and recorded.
So if the master developer then sells, let's say they sell 20 acres with 100 lots, right, and only 80 are built. Do they then, because of, let's say, infrastructure need roads take up 15%, whatever, right? Do those 20 lots then revert back to the master developer to resell again at a higher density in a different location?
They go back into the pot necessarily. That's up to them to determine how they sell those or redistribute those or give them to that builder somewhere else, right? But they,
It's up to us to put restrictions on the other areas that says it can't go over whatever maximum, right? So if they wanna defer it to the end and then it gets to the end,
And that's
if
what
we've
those
done our
earlier
job
paragraphs
limiting
were
it.
saying is that
That's
even though
the
you have
question.
entitlement to lots, if
you can't build them, you
you
can't
can't build
build
them,
them.
you can't build them, right, okay.
They would go in, but those things are gonna start compounding to where it becomes
Well-
increasingly more difficult, depending on the master plan, for them to actually get that unit count
But we
out
saw
of
the same thing in Rosecrest. Look at Rosecrest Village. Every time the developer came back, not the developer, the builder came back. And there was, Rosecrest Village was supposed to be 50% townhomes, 50% single family detached. And every time they came back, the argument was, well, we have the density, we have the units, we get to use them somewhere, right? And so it was, all right, well, you can use them here. Even though that's not what was sold to the residents, all the people that lived there had been told something else. And then every time they'd come back, they'd change it, and it was one street at a time, and every time it was the exact same argument.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is that I think we've all been traumatized by, other MTAs. And there's this feeling like, there's just this fait accompli, like we don't have any say over that at any future date, right? Even if it's in conflict with what was planned, even though if it's conflict with what was originally constituted, we don't want an entitlement of density to trump good planning, right? And force and bind the future council's hands to approve something like our hounds have been bound.
And that's a good point that you bring up, and Jared answered it in part, is that those units, if they're not used somewhere, they still can't build more than what's set forth in the master plan.
So that's where we have to go to and nail down this map.
Yeah.
And those uses, in those areas, right?
And
Or otherwise it's on us, that's why I keep saying, once this document's signed, we have no control.
And to answer your question about the flexibility, Steve, I think what that is inferring to, not what I think, what that's referring to is that these road layouts may be different, right?
Sure.
And that's kind of where the flexibility lies, is to say, these roads might be a little bit different, which might mean that
Sure.
the place type that's anticipated within that
And-
road boundary,
And I
that's the
completely get it, right?
flexibility, yeah.
I think there's such a reasonableness contemplated in this agreement, right? That everybody's gonna act appropriately, that it's all gonna be warm and fuzzy, and yes, we understand, we all agree this makes sense, and blah, blah, blah.
Never happens that way, ever,
Right.
ever.
Somewhere along the line, there's gonna be, a collision of some of these things. And I guess I'm just trying to foresee, some of those conflicts and maybe contemplate how we might best remedy those.
Absolutely. No, the point's well taken.
So I think we're all, look around, we're all saying we wanna be as detailed as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good discussion on 2.8. 2.9, this is simply stating that the development should proceed proximate to residential areas that have already been constructed, right? So you're not building these islands out in the middle of, adjacent to Kennecott property. It's gonna proceed in an orderly fashion from where other residential development is taken off. That doesn't mean that they can't build two sections that are not connected, as long as they're fulfilling that requirement of being adjacent to existing residential. So an example might be, you'll see on the east side, next to 6400 West, a development begin, as well as one near Danzy, right?
Is that-
Those are an example of two areas that might be
They're adjacent to existing, they just don't have to be adjacent to each other.
correct.
So if there's something way down the road on Danzy that's already built out, they can build next to that because
Start
it's-
there.
that's totally fine.
So they can start, and alternate areas as long as they meet that minimum threshold requirement.
Fall in school.
But yeah, but to your point there on the far end of Danzy, that's a totally different water tank pressure, and so like there's a whole bunch of infrastructure that have to be done. That would, the phasing of the infrastructure kind of outlines that as well too. I got it.
That's generally what drives the phasing,
Yeah.
right? So, section 2.10, effective this MDA, this is simply stating that the language that's included in here is what we've negotiated. That doesn't mean that there won't be additional agreements or that there could be additional agreements, right? We might enter into a reimbursement agreement or something else governing certain phases of development of the project.
This is the part that says, once it's signed, we have no control.
In essence, yes. The next section, 2.11, effective this MDA on the special owner. So the special owner is Jordan School District. Currently, they've purchased 60 acres of the project. Where that 60 acres ends up is really up to Jordan School District. As we all know, they could plop that down anywhere, right? They'll work with the master developer, and I'm sure they'll work with us to locate where those schools will be going. But it does state that
They can purchase 60, don't they, on the end of contract?
I think they can purchase up to 100, yeah.
And I'm trying to remember if I could update that any land that's used for the school moves density for that area.
So that is not within this development agreement. So this is,
So if they put in a school wherever they want, they can increase the density in that area to get it they still get to keep the density, they don't have to cut it out.
so this goes back to what Jared discussed, right? If they cut it out, if they put a school within their highest density area, they can take those units, put them somewhere else, as long as they don't exceed the density of where they're trying to put
Of the
them.
next area.
And one of the ways that I've looked at this is, in some of our other development agreements, we've negotiated an average maximum density, saying you can cluster, but your average density for the project cannot exceed, maybe it's 5.3, for instance. We're not talking about density necessarily here. We're talking about density in terms of determining the place types and the number of units in a certain place type. But for the entire project, we're not looking at the density.
But there has to be a limit at some point on the entire thing, because what we've ended up with every single development, and why we've said we want that in boilerplate policy, is that I get why developers do it, they basically sell land twice, right? They still get their density, they can sell that land to the church or the school or whoever, and then shift their density somewhere else and sell it again.
Second time.
That's what we want to avoid. So, I mean, this is the first reading through, but I'll tell you,
Right.
that'll be a huge one.
Yes,
For me.
that's exactly what I'm saying, is I wanna make sure we have language in there that makes it, just like we do in other places in the city. It's not like we're treating this development any differently. It's that if it's sold to a school or a church or a charter school, that density can't go somewhere else. It's gotta get cut out.
The remainder of that provision simply states that if it's not developed as a school, then it's subject to the terms of the NDA. So they're required to contribute open space, all of the other, they're required to develop according to the NDA. Section 2.12, this is a provision that was in the county development agreement, and we've kind of tailored it a little bit to fit the city's needs. I've discussed it with the MDA working group. This is essentially allowing them to extract natural materials for the development of roads, for other infrastructure within the project and in areas that are reasonably off-site, that are related to the planned community. So, right, if they're building a road for U-111 headed north to south, they can use the natural materials on site for that purpose.
So you can set up a gravel pit as long as it's so far away from existing residents.
So, and they are required, part of that is they are required to submit a land disturbance permit to the city, so they're not just granted carte blanche authority to do that. They've got to submit an application which requires all
I
the
guess
things that
that's-
Jonathan's gonna
At least would be
require.
my question. I think we'd wanna nail down the parameters of that, you can't just do it.
How far from existing residents is really the issue.
Cause just where the school is right now, man, I see it out my back window, but it's a good distance and we're covered in dust.
And they can sell some of that to the state also.
They can do whatever they can use it for their own purposes, or they can sell it off. We're not
As long as
limiting that.
As long as
with
it's
this
being
provision.
used within the for the project.
Yeah,
So
so-
they can sell it to the state as long as it's infrastructure for this project.
On-site in the construction of infrastructure, homes or other buildings located on the property, and then also used for purposes of constructing public or private off-site improvements that are associated with development of the planned community. Then 2.12.1 simply states that, you know, we're gonna be improving roads and things out there, we don't want them to, we're not gonna stop them from using those roads, but we're asking them to use non-improved roadways as much as possible, so that obviously we're not doing
Trying
roads
new
twice. Section 2.
What if they're, if they used improved roads and caused damage to the improved roads, how is that handled?
So,
We have our land disturbance permit, so we'll identify haul routes with that. And then we'll go out, we'll do an assessment of the existing route, take pictures or whatever.
And then there's,
And then,
At the end.
and then if we see damage, we assess the
there's
cost of
remedies
it.
if needs to be.
We either go out and fix it and bill them, or we have them go out.
Got it.
the,
Great.
the difficult part is, obviously, there's so much development going on in the city, it's hard to say, you were the one that did this, right? I mean, we can look at where they're extracting materials and make reasonable assumptions based upon that, but, yeah, that, like Blake said, it's largely captured by that.
Can we require, if they are on improved roads, that they cover their loads?
It's required,
It is
yeah.
required.
It's part of the disturbance permit.
Is it enforced? That's a good question, but it
State
is
requires.
So, yeah,
Cause to me, I never see it enforced, and so that's where my question
So
is.
our police are, and this is me answering, chief, our police are now certified to do commercial, traffic enforcement. Yeah. Two of them. So we've got officers that are specifically out enforcing those provisions, those types of things. They love doing it, cause they get to go inspect vehicles.
They have to climb up in the big truck.
Section 2.13, preservation of public land survey system, this is kind of a boilerplate provision, just stating that there are county markers that will preserve during the process of development.
I think that's already covered by state
It is,
statute too,
yeah,
so-
it's kind of a belt and suspenders provision. Section 3, vested rights and reserved legislative powers, so section 3.1 is essentially stating that this master development agreement is vesting certain development rights at the time that the development agreement is executed. This is a pretty boilerplate provision. It grants to the master developer the vested rights that are defined within the development agreement, as well as those that are in the city's vested laws, so the city's laws that exist at this time. There are some exceptions to that, and I'll talk about that here in just a second. Section 3.2 just states that if any of our ordinances, any of our vested laws are determined to be, unconstitutional or unenforceable, they're agreeing to abide by them because we've entered into a contract to do so. It states that we'll try to work together to rewrite those provisions, but that by contract, they're agreeing to be bound by those provisions. Section 3.3, the reserved
Why would
legis-
they agree to follow ordinances that were unconstitutional?
It's just,
Why would we have that in an agreement, asking somebody to follow something unconstitutional?
so this actually benefits us.
Understood, but why would we ask somebody to follow, why would we have unconstitutional laws and then try and enforce them?
I guess the hypothetical situation is, none of our laws that we're asking them to follow right now have been determined that way. If they are later determined to be that way, we're saying, you'll agree to be bound by that, but we'll work together to try to rewrite that provision, right? It's a great question. Not generally our practice as city
Yeah,
government to
I just
require
had some
unenforcement.
of that for
No.
you guys, I'm like, why would I follow something unconstitutional?
No, it's a great question, and generally, right, unenforceable provisions within contracts are just that, unenforceable, right? But the remedy for that is generally litigation. We're getting ahead of that by saying, we'll agree to be bound by it until we can come up with something different, so. Section 3.3, the reserved legislative powers, this is simply stating that, and this is a provision that city councils love, is that we cannot give up our reserved legislative police powers. There are certain rights that the city cannot give away by contract. And that those things are preserved, and not superseded by anything within this MDA. Those items are generally referred to or pursued as a compelling countervailing public interest. This this provision talks about what that looks like, how those police powers are executed after this development agreement is signed, and how we go about enforcing those. Section 3.4 expands on this a little bit more as well, some of those exceptions to vested rights. Section 3.4.1 states that any state or federal laws that are changed that require or necessitate a change to our existing ordinances, they will follow those as we update those within our city ordinances. Section 3.4.2 is very similar in that any, nationally adopted or locally adopted technical standards or health standards, as those are updated, they will also comply with those. That might be, like you see here, AASHTO, which is, traffic, standards, signage standards. We'll also see engineering and health standards. UFA might update things that change some of the, requirements within the project. And again, these are all exceptions to their vested rights. This development agreement is vesting them with certain rights. These are the exceptions to those that could come up within the future. Section 3.4.3, ordinances and resolutions not inconsistent. So anything that the city passes that doesn't contradict with language within the development agreement, they will be bound to follow. So again, the structure of this, and this is a good point to talk about this, you've got our city ordinances, which form the foundation, and then you've got the development agreement, which sits on top of that. There are certain things that conflict within the development agreement and our existing ordinances. In that case, if there's any conflict, the MDA would govern. If there's nothing that conflicts with the MDA and the ordinances, our ordinances control. So this is just simply stating that any ordinances that aren't in conflict with the language of the MDA would be required to be followed as development applications are made in the future. Section 3.4.4, section 3.4.5, and section 3.4.6 are all simply different fees and taxes that are applied. There are different taxing entities within the city, and that will likely include the project area as well. They agree to be bound by those as they change. Any development application fees, they are also agreeing to be bound by as those change in the future. Same thing with impact fees, section 3.4.6, as those change, they agree to be bound by those changes. And then a pretty boilerplate provision is that they agree not to challenge the impact fees with regard to their application to the development. Section 3.4.7, also a fee-related exception to the vested rights principle, that any, like our parks fee that we assess monthly with the water bill, they agree to be bound by, and any changes there too. Section 3.4.8, generally applicable laws, not in conflict with this MDA, and this is again similar to the other provision we talked about. Any laws that the city may pass that don't conflict with the language of the MDA, they agree to be bound by those in the future. And any design guidelines that are within the agreement that we might change, there are certain provisions that allow Blake as the administrator make those changes, or the city council to make those changes. They agree to be bound by those. And then 3.5 simply states that they agree to process and we agree to administer any development applications under the city's vested laws, so long as they comply with the MDA. Great, on to section 4. And anyone need a break, or we should keep going? Okay, I'll keep going. So section 4 is the development application review process. This is a system of reviewing applications that we have tried to create in order to make the review process as administrative as possible. So as we look at this development agreement, we recognize that it's vesting certain rights within the developer. And development applications, as they come in, the review of those should be, does this comply, does this not comply? It's largely an objective standard, right, of determining whether or not a subdivision, a commercial site plan, a residential site plan, a conditional use, whatever the case might be, you're determining whether or not that application complies with the development agreement. That being said, as we look at our traditional process of how that works, it oftentimes gets bogged down in the bureaucratic red tape, and we said, with this particular development, can we make this process administrative? And
Define bureaucratic red tape.
So
That means something different to
It
developers than
does.
it does the community.
it does, and that may not have been the best term, but it does imply a level of review that is not always,
So this is the IRC bypassing the planning commission.
in lieu of the planning commission, yes. So and the planning commission is a great example. A lot of applications that they review, they simply have to say yes or no, right? And their planning commission meetings can get bogged down with 4, 5, 6, 7 applications that they simply come in and they just say yes, no, right? Depending upon the application, whether it complies with whatever the standards are for that particular application. With this one, because we've identified so specifically within the design guidelines in the MDA what the approval and standards are for this project, again, we tried to say, can we take that off of the planning commission's lap, who would be required under this development agreement to say yes if it meets the standards and no if it does not, and make that process administrative. So what we have proposed in this, we being staff working with the developer, what we have proposed with this particular section is creating what we're calling an IRC, an independent review committee. So if you look at section, so 4.1 is just an introductory section stating that development applications will be submitted to the IRC, they'll be reviewed through this process, and no other approvals will be granted except those that follow this process. Section 4.2 identifies the IRC and the makeup of that IRC. The first member of that IRC, the Independent Review Committee, would be the administrator. For purposes of this MDA, that is Blake. The city's Community Development Director is the administrator for this particular MDA.
Everywhere it says city, it's the community development director.
The city refers to the city broadly.
It'd be hard for the city broadly to select have mutually agreed on that.
And that was a recommendation, that was a good point, Councilmember, and that was something that the planning commission caught as well. And they wanted to change that to say city council.
I had this exact same.
So this should say master developer and city council.
Correct. That was something that they recommended as well.
Administrator is the community development director.
Correct. So the makeup of the independent review committee is, one, the administrator. 2 would be a neutral architect that would be appointed by agreement of the parties, or rather the city council and the master developer. A neutral land planner, again appointed by the master developer and the city council. A representative of the architectural review committee, and a representative designated by the master developer. So you have kind of a broad representation here with 2 neutral members reviewing that from a technical and with professional background. 4.2.1 identifies how those are selected. Again, the master developer and the city council would agree on a neutral land planner. If they can't agree on a neutral land planner, then they'll each select one, and the 2 will will appoint a neutral land planner. The term of the neutral IRC members in section 4.2.2 will be 4 years. If at the end of that term, the parties, being the city council and the master developer, decide to reappoint by mutual agreement, those neutral members, they can, and they can serve without without any limit to the number of terms for 4-year terms. The section 4.3 dives into what development application in an IRC would look like. So for subdivisions, commercial site plans, mixed uses, multifamily housing, and conditional uses, an application would get submitted to the city and to the IRC. The city would do their own internal review, but the IRC would ultimately make a recommendation to the administrator of the compliance of that particular development application with the development agreement and with the city's vested laws. That's the quickest ideal process. Really, what we anticipate is that the IRC will work with the developer, much like we do at a DRC, saying, hey, you're missing X, Y, and Z elements to your application, please send it back with those things completed. Once that process is completed, the IRC would send their recommendation to the administrator, who would be Blake, who would carry that process forward through the rest of the administrative approvals.
Wait, Blake's part of the IRC.
Correct.
So, okay,
Yeah,
He's approving his own.
he's approving his own work, right, and I think there's value in that as we looked at this to say, hey, I was there, I heard all the discussion, I saw what we talked about, and
Honestly, I don't like the idea, the entire idea of the IRC, just right off the bat. Just,
okay, well, we'll star that one, we'll come back to this, and I anticipated this would be one that we would talk about, and the planning commission had some recommendations about this as well, so. That process would then, after the IRC made their, recommendation, would simply get carried out administratively through the standard, standard engineering development review process that we as a city have adopted.
I have one question in 4.2.2. The last paragraph references section 4.2.1.1.
Yeah, that was a
Is that a
typo, you
typo?
crossed that out,
Okay.
yep, refers back just to the previous section,
4.2.1.
one, correct. Good catch. So the IRC under this proposed development agreement would also play well, let me back up. So section 4.3.1, if there's a dispute, so if Blake, as a member of the IRC, says, no, this isn't complete, but the other members recommend approval, Blake as the administrator can say, well, we're not gonna carry this out, and it initiates an appeal process. And that appeal would go to our city's appeal authority, which we currently have a contract with David Church to hear those items that come before the appeal authority by state statute. That opinion would not be binding on the parties, much like we talked about previously. Any mediated process can essentially proceed to litigation as well if it needed to. But we would have an appeal process built into this review process with regard to development applications. Section 4.3.2, it lays out a different procedure with regard to building permits and signage. So building permits for single-family homes would go through the developer's ARC to the administrator. The administrator would make a determination whether or not the ARC's review is complete, and it would trigger, if it's not complete, an appeal process whereby that development application would go to the IRC, who would make, again, a non-binding determination of whether or not a signed application or a building permit for a single-family home complied with the development
So
agreement.
then if the IRC didn't approve that, then it would go to the appeal authority, then it would
That one, under this one, would not rise to that level, it would just proceed to
straight to litigation.
straight to litigation, as proposed, right? The fees for all of this, for those neutral parties that would be, working on the IRC, are to be paid by the applicant. So that might be the master developer, it's more likely to be a builder, but all of that would be paid by the applicant.
so just for the,
that immediately
Two
means that
entities.
they are not impartial.
cause they're hiring them, well, they're paying for them.
And that's something we did discuss, and the catch-all there is that the administrator, at the end of the day, still can determine that the IRC's review is not complete. It's a check in the system that allows us to say, all right, we had an IRC review this, they're submitting their recommendation to the administrator can still say, it's not complete, and that initiates the appeal process.
So do they also pay for Blake because he's part of the IRC?
Wondering if we could put that in their subdivision approval process. I haven't thought about how the payment gets transferred from one to the other, but it could be they pay the city the fee and then we just.
Right.
They,
Administer the payment.
the consultants invoice the city and then we just pay it out like a
But
monthly
you're
bill.
part of the IRC, do we pay, are we
So
paying
many
Blake too?
conflicts here.
Eric, can you,
I don't get
I
paid
wanna
to
be able
review
to make
current
sure I
subdivisions.
understand
I know,
your-
but it states
the
that
comment you
in
just
there.
made, can
If
you
I'm
just
being
explain that a little
paid
bit more?
by the end user, I'm working for them, I'm not neutral.
I see your point.
But if you're being paid by the city, you're not working for the end user. So if we have them pay the city and the city pays them
I
out.
say,
Even though-
just
even
describe it as
though-
just a pass through, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think,
I just, in general, I don't think, I understand what's trying to be accomplished, and we can talk more detail at the next meeting later, I don't like this entire idea for all.
I think there's a robust conversation to be had around that.
Perfect. We'll mark that, come back to that one. So section 5 is the financing portion. We had not drafted this because we're still working through the details. We actually had a great meeting, a finance working group meeting, last Monday, where we discussed some potential financing options. Generally, that conversation was that the developer would be responsible for all of the on-site improvements and their proportionate share of the off-site improvements. The financing mechanism that we generally discussed for that would be one or more public infrastructure districts that would use not property taxes as a means of securing funding under the PID, but would use a contract fee. And the contract fee would be paid by the developer, or by the builder, rather, and that fee would be used again to secure the financing within the PID.
And it serves the day, yeah.
And to service the day. It does not get passed, it doesn't get paid by the builder, or by the end user, the homeowner. Obviously, the builders could potentially pass that on to the property owner, the first time buyer, but it's not a reoccurring tax that's going to be hitting homeowners year after year after year, which is
It's
what
more akin to the impact fee.
it is, correct.
And just make sure I'm tracking right, you two sit on the finance,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
And it's actually really, just a sidebar here, it's a very interesting approach, it's never been done in the state of Utah. Never been contemplated to use a contract fee for repayment.
But it has been done.
Hasn't been done in other places, but it was interesting to note that it's all been pushed as a mill levy, not as this, contract fee, right? And so we thought that was an interesting application that, resolved a lot of the concerns that I think that this body had generally expressed about PIDs and overall, so.
Okay.
It's a creative solution.
And I'll just add for public consumption, cause I know we've had a couple of small conversations about that in general and against PIDs in general tacking on a mill levy, which is basically a property tax of any kind that
It's
just,
not ongoing
right,
cost.
that just increases the cost of living for people. That, right, that instead of it being included in the price of the home, they're still gonna pay that high price, cause that's the market rate, and then they're gonna pay a lot more in taxes. So I think we pretty much squashed that idea from the beginning. I understand why it's appealing to developers and home builders, but that's where we get to check it as the public part of that infrastructure district. So what we had talked about was really looking at all the other options as well, right? So special service district, or special assessment
SSA,
area,
something like that.
all those sorts of things. And to me, basically, what this says is they want a mechanism to be able to get some funding up front to put in the roads and water, et cetera, rather than fronting the money themselves and then getting reimbursed by impact fees. So if we're able to write this properly, where they're just responsible for building everything inside, and they have to charge that contract fee to the home builders or whoever they sell it off to. That's up to them to build it. We just set the parameters of how that works so that the city is not on the hook for anything. And they can finance it, right? They have to go out and basically borrow the money. The financing company is gonna want something to base that on, which is the contract fee. So it's not an extra tax on the property or anything. So basically, it would be us agreeing to forego some of the regular impact fees, like road impact fees, sewer, et cetera, and letting them build it by this contract fee with the PID on their own, rather than it coming through the city. Is that adequately described?
Yeah, and I think one of the benefits of this particular application of it is that in speaking to what has been articulated through, this body in several meetings, through public, through candidates running for office, through, lots of different things, is this idea of trying to get infrastructure to precede development, not follow development, right? When we do it with impact fees, the piece of a new road is collected little by little by little by little by little by little as each one of these little, each unit is sold. And it takes a long time to get all the money to pay for all of the infrastructure. With this particular method that we're talking about allows at least a portion of that money to be collected up front and full infrastructure to be installed before homes start getting built. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that when you build 1,500 homes in Olympia Hills, that's gonna fix Mountain View Corridor.
But that's, I think, the important
Those are two
distinction.
different kind of things here, but this does at least not put us in situations where we have like in, Juniper Crest, where homes are complete and the road's still not finished, right? You know, that you still have dead end roads and park strips unfinished and all that kind of stuff. This would allow a lot of that stuff to be done up front. Make the
It could be,
development
but
more
that,
appealing.
I mean, that depends on what details we put in there, cause again, that's,
I agree.
this only accounts for what's inside their building area, not the collector road, so I think what most people think of by put the infrastructure in first is improve that intersection and widen the road before you build any houses out there. This is not gonna fix those things, this is not fixing, that's not the wrong kind of infrastructure, cause this only makes them do what's inside their project area. So I
It
think
would capture the proportionate share of those other items.
sure, we get that,
Right.
you know, whatever that percentage is, that then we can try and do it, but
And-
still,
And
we're
we
not
need to
gonna be able
understand
to do
that
all of that.
we have the ability to write in two if, and this is, you know, for discussion, I don't mean to jump the gun here, but if the transportation infrastructure, or the TIS says that there's gonna be a level D, and they build some stuff that doesn't have any Ds inside their project, but creates a D downstream or an E or an F downstream, we have the right to talk about, okay, that improvement needs to be done now. If it's not in our city capital budget to do that right now, they may have to advance the fees to do that and get paid back over time, right? There's ways to set
Say
this up
that's-
so that
There's a big
we don't
blank
want,
area.
we don't want, yeah.
For all
this'll-
those details.
We gotta get into those details, but I don't, I think that this body has generally expressed our desire to not see future development cause failures inside our traffic infrastructure that exists in the city. And I think we have an ability to mitigate that with this agreement, so.
And I acknowledge, we left this blank for that reason, right? Because there were so many different avenues that we could consider, and the finance working group's been working tirelessly to try to flush each one of those out. And it sounds like maybe we've got at least some consensus about how to potentially proceed with
So
that.
I'll say that's, I mean, I'm glad to see it kind of blank, cause that's at least all the meetings, all of those meetings that I've been involved in, that's really the only thing that would come to any, that's really been discussed at all and come to any sort of consensus is we're okay with the concept of a PID with a contract fee if, big if, it's structured properly, so.
Right.
Yeah, I expect this area to be really long.
Yeah, I anticipate I'll flush that out, have draft language for you at the next meeting to look at that. So I just wanted to again get a feel for the council as a whole and
Jerry,
their attitude toward that.
David?
No, I same feelings as far as PIDs. I think we discussed it as a council. We had no intention of ever approving a PID for residential areas in our community.
Right.
Because of the burden it puts on. But this would be basically a set impact fee basically that they can bond against.
Yep.
And so the new resident isn't gonna continually pay more and more and more year after year after year, increasing their cost of living.
That's right.
Well, I'll put some language together for the next meeting for the council to consider on that. Moving on, section 6, still on page 14, this is our open space section. Section 6.1 establishes the minimum open space requirements, so this development agreement as drafted requires 20% of the applicable planned community land to be dedicated as open space or set aside as open space. There are some additional requirements. One is that we have a park within a quarter mile of each residential dwelling unit. That quarter mile requirement can be waived by the administrator,
Which would be Blake.
which would be Blake, after consulting with staff, if there's a more advantageous layout for that open space, right? What we don't want are pocket parks every
Yeah,
quarter
I hate
mile
that
within a
language.
residential area. So what this language allows us to do is to say, hey, I'm not going to put in a park within a quarter mile, I'm gonna push that out to maybe a half mile because I'm gonna combine it with some other open space that has been dedicated to the city to have a larger, more programmable area.
What does our Parks Master Plan say is walkable distance?
It's acres per thousand, not walkable distance.
Yeah,
In
I
our
don't really
first
like
master
that
plan.
quarter mile
I
thing.
don't like the quarter mile language at all. It's like, again, I think that's all you get is little mowed up detention basin or either, we don't have those.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know.
Going, that's kind of was my first thought, if you're going, so many square feet of programmable space per unit sort of thing is
Yeah.
a reason.
Yeah,
And I think, aggregating that into bigger amenities, I think is desirable as well.
I think
I appreciate the emphasis on the importance of parks that's really put in there with that language, but I agree that it might be maybe a better way to write that. In terms of, cause obviously we've talked a lot about the high maintenance costs that come with some of the smaller pocket parks and those ongoing maintenance and the fact that we need more larger programmable
Do they
spaces.
provide
Well,
that pressure
we would
release that
only-
we're really intending?
We would only accept anything over 2 acres.
Yeah, when.
Right, and I know that that's spelled out in there, but again, I think this puts the emphasis that parks are important to us, we just need to figure out what the right language is to do that, because again, in some of the HOAs, that's probably gonna look a little bit different than outside of that, when we're really trying to
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just,
concentrate that
I mean, there's
space.
185 acres of open space in here, right? There's a lot of uses to make sure that's used properly, right? There's a lot of different ways to use that, so.
So I wanna push back a little bit, cause I've lived in a community in Harriman that didn't have a park within walkable distance. The closest park was well over a half mile away, and for a 3-year-old, that's generally that's a really long way. And nobody used it because it was simply just too far away to get to. So I appreciate and support the idea of having larger parks. I don't wanna indicate here right now that we don't want to have parks within a quarter mile of most residents. I do kind of like this language because that generally infers that we do want that, but it does allow us the city staff to have some discretion. And so I would hesitate and push back on trying to remove that language specifically, simply because what I don't wanna have happen is I don't wanna have a situation where now we have open space that's a privately owned HOA that, that neighbors can't really use because they don't live in the HOA.
And
it becomes a
I think
problem.
that there's probably, and I don't know how
This specific.
much
meeting
minutia
allows
we
that.
get into here, but I think there's an opportunity to define that a little better, that, if it's in quarter acre residential neighborhood, you probably don't need it in a quarter mile, right? People have yards to go sit out and hang out and put a swing set and all that stuff, right? Where if you have, 900 apartments, right, you definitely need something there
Right.
really close by to let people get
It's
up to, right?
substantial, like.
And so we might need to
We need a
contemplate that a
different
little bit.
measurement, and we need to specify in relation to however many units, private versus public, because this language still doesn't alleviate your concern, cause there could be within a quarter mile, but it's an HOA, you can't use it
You
anyway.
can't use it anyways.
Right.
No, I agree with you, I like the emphasis that's put here. However,
We just need
we
to
continue to
decide.
emphasize that, but
Measurement per
find the
unit,
right
right?
language.
Right.
But I think the emphasis is important.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah, I agree with,
Units and different
the
type
type
of.
Per maybe
The denser
density
it
of
is,
units, yeah.
The denser it is, the more variety, bigger you need.
Perfect.
I'll just use my neighborhood as an example, right, cemeteries at the end of the park, and there's a playground and a detention pond, and that's it, right? Most of us don't, I mean, unless you got little kids and you don't have a swing set in your backyard, but we all have yards, and nobody goes down the park, my kid brings his buddies over and play in the backyard, right, so, but you can't do that at a townhouse or the apartment or 5,000 square foot lot, single family.
Right,
Another one, even like where I'm at, some of the neighborhood kids definitely use the Perkins Park. But the problem is now it's rented out all summer long to the, because we don't have enough programmable space and the neighborhood kids can't use it anyway. I mean, they can use a little playground thing, but the park they can't.
And I
use
think
it.
there's a balance to be had here, right? There's, what is it, compelling, countervailing public interest, right? For some amenities out there, right, that make sense in a development of this size and density and intensity. And then there's also some flexibility that if you're building private HOAs, that there's a desire to create some private parks too, right? I mean, I think there has to be some flexibility for the developer to be able to do that as well, right? So we gotta figure out a balance for that.
on this 6.1, I do also, it specifically says that everything's gonna be counted at 100%. That's not generally our practice in the city. We give a reduction for unbuildable land. I'd like to see that same reduction, built into this
this particular agreement.
Isn't that part of our ordinance?
It is, which is why I'm
Like
looking
how-
at this going, and there's other places where it talks about some other things and the pro rates and whatever, but specifically, as I look through here, I don't see anything about non-buildable land, like.
I mean, for boilerplate document, I guess for me, that's a starting point is it's gotta
Match your
conform
code.
at least our ordinances. Sure.
So that's, I just wanted to call that out specifically because as much as I love, you know, natural vegetation, if it's not to a point where we can at least put a trail on it, why are we giving them, you know,
Well, if it's,
full credit?
well, and if it's basically unbuildable, right, we have a bunch of that.
Yep.
It's not, nothing can be used, but it's
Like the
open
parcel up there
space.
at the end of
Yeah,
there.
rather than my city.
I did appreciate, however, the shall not include park strips and those call-outs as well, cause we've seen some creative interpretation of what open space really is in the
Yeah,
past.
And I'll go,
So just, I think there's you can tell this is, parks open space is a big hot button issue for everybody in the council. And I think there's gonna be opportunity for some real good discussion here.
Right.
I don't know if we wanna get bogged down in it yet, but
Too late.
there's a lot to get
What I-
through.
What I hear is,
The design.
we can maybe work up some things that we've heard and talk about it and bring something back.
So I'll go through the rest of these provisions as well. I'll go through 6.2 and those subsections under 6.2 as well. So the pro rata accounting of open space, this is something we've done in the past in other areas that I think will be helpful here to say, rather than requiring a 10-acre subdivision to bring in 2 acres of open space, say, okay, you can have that requirement to bring in 2 acres of open space. It just has to come in the project somewhere, right? And again, this is intended to create larger, more programmable areas rather than just have pocket parks that are developed as 10, 20, 30 acre developments get built out.
What I didn't see in here is something that says how, I mean, it says 10% behind on an obligation to set aside open space, but it doesn't say how far behind on an obligation to construct open space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that could just be a
And
shore
so
up in the
if they
language.
reserve it all to the end, you've got thousands of units with no usable open space yet, so
So this is
I-
a big one, especially in regards to the contract fee. If you're gonna include the park fee and the contract
Right.
fee, right, this has to be spelled out very detailed.
No, that's a great point, Steve. I'll put that in there. Constructing, you have to, can't get more than 10% behind
Well-
the construction of, or the improvement of.
And again, I don't know if that's the right number
It might
either,
not be.
because there could be a large regional park.
Coming.
And I keep using that term because the general plan we have right now shows this big regional park out there, right, as part of the plan. And, you know, that's to be determined and to be negotiated. But if that was the case, if there's gonna be, you know, this big 30, 40 acre park in the middle, right? Maybe they build a lot of units without very much open space, all reserving it for this big thing that's gonna come in down the road. So they might be 20 or 30% behind, knowing it's gonna play catch up here at one point. So I don't know if the 10% is the right word, but there should be some measure of, if this much is built out, there should be at least so much open space.
So it sounds like we're comfortable with the idea of having this pro rata accounting, so long as we just figure out what those ratios
Right.
actually are.
And maybe it's identifying specific larger parks, right? The
And maybe,
regional
right,
parks
and
now,
once you get
those-
to X%, this part
That
needs
has
to
to
be built,
be
once you get X part,
That's-
that
I
needs to be
like
done,
that.
yeah, that might be really.
That's a practice we've implemented in the past, I think could be useful here. Section 6.3 essentially stating that if we deny a development application based upon an open space requirement, it can just be mediated as set forth in the development agreement. Section 6.4 talks about the school district property. Essentially what this is saying is that the school district property is not required to contribute open space, and as a consequence thereof, it's also deducted from the total of open space requirements. So the math you see at the end there, near the third or fourth to last line, if the total acreage of the project is 933, and the school ends up using 60 acres, they don't get any credit for that 60 acres, but they're also not required to contribute any open space as part of that.
So they don't need to contribute, what, 12 12 acres of that.
I'm okay with that.
So-
Those are fine. They said half of the school's property is.
Yeah, so there, as long as the school doesn't count
Can I-
Yeah,
towards
right.
it, because it's not public.
Right, it's not public use.
So I'm gonna express a thought about this, and this covers 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6. Is this,
I'm okay, sorry Steve, finish my thought, if, and I'm okay with it, but it goes back to the reduction of units too,
Yeah.
right?
we might be on the same wavelength there of thinking, is that we've made this argument many, many times, that when we talk about density, it's calculated on a gross acreage kind of thing, right? There's so many units per gross acres. And the argument is that once you take out open space, once you put in infrastructure, which is another X%, you actually end up with much greater intensity and density than the number suggests, right? In this case, we're talking about if they put in a school or, you're building capital roads or institutional space, we're gonna subtract that and we're not gonna have an open space requirement, but we're not gonna count that as part of the calculation either. But we're still doing that for the density numbers, right?
We're shifting the densities.
Right, we'll take portions out for roadway, we'll take portions out for institutions, we'll take roadway out for or numbers out for, school districts for open space, but we're not doing that for the density entitlement. And those things seem unfair, I guess I would just say.
Yeah.
And so, if we're gonna subtract land from the open space benefit calculation, we should also consider the density numbers as well. Is that a fair statement?
So
We're
you-
no longer dealing with 933 acres.
Yeah, if 100 acres goes to university, it's 833, right, yeah.
You
So
lose
that's
the average
important.
number of units.
That's important for us to know, between 60 to 100, that's 40 acres. We need to understand what that is or write that in for that provision.
And again, there's a lot of room for discussion and negotiation, but if there's 100 acres that goes to institutional and it's 6.7 units per acre, that's 678 units we're talking about. But instead of losing the 678 units, we're just shifting 678 units somewhere else, so there's more density.
Intensifying that effect.
Right, same with, if we're talking, 85 acres for capital roads or something like that, that's another 570 units, right? If it's, there's, I guess I'm just suggesting, I understand the concept.
Right.
I just want to apply that kind of concept in a more universal way.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I think that the problem too is that what people see is net density, not gross density.
That's right.
Net density.
Oh, that's what you feel.
Well, that's exactly what they see and feel, is net density. But what happens when we plan in these bubbles is we only talk about gross density.
Right.
And that feeling and that impact on quality of life is huge to the gross density and net density.
Right. Absolutely. So we can put the
Yeah.
the
Put a
specifics
star
out
on
there,
that one.
just to consideration,
Yeah.
right?
Put 2 stars on that one, I'm hearing.
Just a quick, I mean, I guess when just gross acreage comes in, obviously we contemplate that in a development process, now they, based on that gross density, they have to give X amount, 20%, whatever it is for open space. And that obviously some of that's going to disappear with the construction of roads and that. So I just wanna make sure I understand, I don't disagree with you in terms of some of these large, like schools, educational institutions and those types of things. Are you proposing that same just for roadways in there? Because I guess we've never, that piece, I don't know that we've ever done before, but I don't disagree with you on the institutional. I just wanna make sure I'm understanding if you're saying to include roads or not.
Let me say really specifically without necessarily advocating that this be the calculation, okay? Right now, the entitlement, there's 933 acres in the entire development and 6,330 units. That's 6.78 units per acre, right?
Yep.
So for every 100 acres, we're entitling 678 units, is what's currently proposed.
Generally, yeah.
What I'm suggesting is that there's a requirement for open space based on a gross acreage. And we're entitling units based on a gross acreage. If we're gonna subtract open space requirement because some of this is being sold off or not being counted as part of the project, right? Which seems like a logical place. I'm not in disagreement.
Non-residential uses.
Right, non-residential use, not even necessarily part of the development per se, right? They're kind of going outside of the development. And so their responsibility to provide open space for things that aren't part of their development, totally reasonable position. But when they're selling that land out of the development, they're still maintaining the unit density that was associated with that acreage, right?
absolutely understand that.
And so my concern is that by allowing this other stuff to be subtracted out, we're not also fairly understanding the increased intensity that's gonna be in certain areas because of, we're still leaving the density entitlement without recalculating.
What happens
Does that
on
make
this side
sense?
of the ledger should generally happen on the other side of the ledger to make it balance out.
Right, how we do that, there's
I
still
get
a
you.
lot of discussion to be had there, concern in my head.
I'll bring that one back. Just to make sure we capture each one of these, 6.5 has the same effect with regard to capital roads, so roads that are part of our master plan that we develop or that they develop that will be dedicated to us. Whatever acreage those end up taking will just be deducted from the open space requirement, so. I use the example here of 15 acres, right?
Same principle.
Same principle.
Yeah, again, it's totally reasonable, yeah.
6.6, the institutional property use open space, so if any of the property is developed by an institution of higher learning, what this says is not that it will necessarily be deducted, but that we will attempt to negotiate some long-term agreement that allows the public to use that. If we can enter into some form of agreement like that, we will count that towards open space, right? If we're just not able to come to some agreement, there's no open space requirement for them to dedicate any open space, but that amount of property is also deducted, again, like we've discussed here,
Again,
so.
my only question about that would be is if the utilization of it is only very conditional or limited, I think the credit we get should be proportionally limited.
Yeah, the language says satisfactory to the city council and the owner of such institutional property, so you can make the determination, you as the city council.
So I'll give you an example there. Years ago, when I was young, we used to practice at the Taylorsville Salt Lake Community College. Open grass field, like amongst all the buildings. And it was great for a while until they put a building on, right? Like the institution's not going to dedicate it forever that you can use it for that. They're going to keep that stipulation, so that's gonna be a real tough one.
Right.
I mean,
Cause
there's
they're
real-
eventually gonna
there's
use
really no, there's really no way, unless they dedicate it to the city for public use, there's no way we can ensure that that will be the case.
Yeah, and that-
Reasons you said.
That's why we added that additional language in there. And there are things we can look at when we do get to that point of deed restrictions or whatever else it might be, but
I think we gotta be way more specific in this section of what would satisfy, just an agreement between some future body. That agreement doesn't nail anything down, and, I mean, just having gone through that with school district and institutions, even sports groups, like nobody's gonna give up control of that land, they're gonna
Yeah,
wanna
and-
maintain.
And there's certain things that if they aren't in perpetuity,
Yeah, then how does that offset
right,
the
we're
effects
creating a
of the
permanent
intensity?
effect on the development, right, yeah.
yeah, I can shore that language up. Section 6.7, dedication of open space. This is what Wendy was getting at, so we will only accept areas of open space that are at least 2 acres, 2 contiguous acres or greater, except trails, right? We'll accept trails, systems, and a dedication of those. Anything that's less than that has to be privately owned and maintained. It has to be maintained to city standards. And then any dedication of open space has to be conveyed free and clear of any encumbrances. So the city owns it outright.
So anything under 2 would be HOA park.
Have to be privately owned and maintained. And again, there's a balance here, right? Because maintaining and operating parks costs a lot of money, right? And so
We want
there-
it to be sustainable, we don't
Yeah.
wanna over encumber
Totally got it.
with water conservation efforts, it gets a little tricky too, so we're thinking about all those things.
6.8 reimbursement of open space improvements, this may change based upon the contract fee that we talked about. Jared caught this wisely, that generally the city reimburses for open space that's dedicated to it. However, if we're looping that into the contract fee somehow, that may change the obligations of the city to reimburse.
I did have one comment about this. It's talking about reimbursed for the actual costs associated with the design and installation. I would say as long as the city parks manager or somebody has approved what the project is, right?
Yep, and we've talked about
If
that,
it's-
good point.
If it's totally underwhelming, or if it's, hey, we have this little park we wanna build, you know, the giant castle thing with all the, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Wait, Steel Buffalo?
I don't know, Steel Buffalo. You know, the giant thing they had at West Jordan Park, you know, that huge, if they wanted to do something like that, but it wasn't quite in our budget or scope, that could do some damage there, so we wanna make sure that that's at least, there's some mechanism for approval before
I
the
have a hard time
reimbursement
with
is.
that one, cause that's where we're in trouble with all of our other agreements right now, right? Is we'll reimburse them for whatever it costs, but we can only collect whatever the impact is.
Right,
We can't do that.
that was my second comment, yep.
So yeah, that's what, that
Up
was
to
my,
whatever fees we've collected,
up
right?
to what's been collected.
Yeah, so this provision in general will require some updating regardless of the financing mechanism at the end of the day.
Right.
Then 6.9 maintenance of open space, this is just again a belt and suspenders provision stating that any open space that isn't dedicated to the city will be maintained privately, and consistent with the city's standards with regard to, the maintenance of that open space. Section 7, modifications of the MDA. So we built in a modification process that we've seen in other development agreements as well. There are generally two different types of modifications. The first would be an administrative modification, and the second is what we're referring to in this agreement as a legislative modification. So an administrative modification is something that can be modified by the administrator. Only, however, the sizing and location of infrastructure, certain aspects of the design guidelines is designated therein, and the location of open space within the planned community, some of the backbone infrastructure, so long as it doesn't materially change the function of that, right? We're focusing on the level of service D. We can have the administrator under this draft modification section change the location and layout of that, again, so long as it doesn't alter the service levels that are anticipated by that infrastructure. To make a application, or in order to have an administrative modification, a builder or a developer would have to submit an application that would get reviewed by the administrator and relevant city staff. The section 7.1.1.3, and I'm sorry, the previous one is the administrator can determine that they don't wanna make the modification. They can look at the item and say, this isn't something I feel comfortable making a decision on, and recommend that go through the legislative modification process. I'll get through that process here in just a second, but they do have the option to punt and say, I'm not gonna make a determination on that, even though under this development agreement, I have the authority to do so.
Job right there.
Section 7.1.1.3 just simply states that the administrator will review the modification within 10 days after the receipt and make a written finding, or, as the previous section says, kick it back to the planning commission and city council. And then if a administrative modification is denied, it goes through, it gets bumped up, or it can get bumped up by the applicant to a legislative modification, which again is done by the planning commission and city council. So again, two different modification processes. One is the administrator, the second is the legislative modification. We'll talk about that second one now. So the legislative modification is a modification that is not any one of those items previously discussed, right? Changes to backbone infrastructure, layout of open space, other locations of infrastructure. Anything that is not one of those items gets processed through the legislative modification process. Section 7.1.2.1 just identifies what has to be submitted as part of that application. The next section states that the city will cooperate in processing these. The following section, 7.1.2.3, talks about the planning commission review and recommendation. So the planning commission doesn't necessarily decide these, rather they hear those items and then make a recommendation to the city council. The next section anticipates that review by the city council. Section 7.1.2.5 states that the council does not have to approve a legislative modification. And if they do decide to deny that, they will make a written finding of why it's being denied. The next section states that the parties will sit down and try to resolve any denial to a legislative modification. And then the section after that talks about how any denial and any subsequent dispute about that modification will be resolved. Section 8, successors and assigns. This, I'll just gloss over this really quickly. This is some mostly boilerplate, but it does affect who the parties are to the agreement. So section 8.3 states that the owner of the master developer can sell lots, and that is not an assignment, right? That doesn't constitute an assignment. That's something we should all be familiar with other development agreements that we've processed. If they do, however, assign something, they have to inform the city that they're going to assign some of their rights or obligations under the development agreement. We can object to that within 20 days after we receive the notice. However, in 8.7, our denial can only be based upon the assignee's financial ability to perform the obligations. So if, for example, the master developer assigns a portion of the development agreement to another master developer to now construct, we can go in and say, well, we're denying it based upon our understanding that they won't be able to financially perform, right? If they are able to financially perform, then this agreement states that we will not deny that assignment. And then 8.8 states that any assignment that is made pursuant to this MDA is binding upon any of the assignees. General terms and conditions, again, I'll just highlight a few of the important ones. Section 9.1 is not complete. This is a section that we will have to talk about at some point about, this is an off-ramp provision for both parties. That if there is a legal referendum on an item for approval for this development agreement, what that looks like for the city, for the developer.
Sorry, which item were you talking about?
Section 9.1 on page 19, the effect of a legal referendum. So I threw that one right at the very front so that we could have that again as an off-ramp provision. 9.2, this is one that's important to the council, I know. No addition to the planned community, so no land can be added in by right under the development agreement. They can always make an application to amend the development agreement to add land, but no additional land can be added by right. Section 9.6, the term of this agreement. So this agreement runs until December 31st, 2045. If at that point they are not in default, it would renew for it would extend for a period of 10 years, so December 31st, 2055. I'll skip to page 22. Section 9.16, 4-year reviews. So this provision requires, doesn't ask the parties, it requires the parties to meet and confer every 4 years to discuss the provisions of the agreement. It does not require that anything be changed, but it is an opportunity again for the parties to sit down and make, have a discussion about what items to address, things that are going well, things that aren't going well. Looking at this and my short time in the city and the number of applications I've seen to amend development agreements, oftentimes those amendments are very one-sided, right? And the city doesn't necessarily get anything out of it. This is an opportunity for both parties to sit down and say, here's what we want, right? Here's what we would like to see. The other party may not have anything, right? And at that point, an amendment might not be appropriate, but it is an opportunity again for the parties to sit down and at least make those requests and have that discussion. Termination on page 24. So like with most development agreements, this agreement would terminate early if they build out, right? Which is likely what we see with, or will see with most of our development agreements. The terms are generally longer. Even with Rosecrest, we're likely to see a termination because of build out rather than the term expiring. And then that would be it. Most of the other provisions of section 9 are boilerplate. And then your exhibits, most of them will be forthcoming, cause a lot of them are just, we got our legal descriptions, the master plan you have, the design guidelines, you've got a hard copy of those here, that'll be something we'll wanna discuss. The traffic impact study will be forthcoming. The infrastructure plan, we're working on with Justin, we've got all of our capital, most of our capital facilities identified. It's just a matter of plugging them in and making sure that they line up with the financing plan that we've been discussing tonight. The zoning map was something we anticipated that is actually captured now by the master plan. It lists the place types within the master plan, so that will be an exhibit that will be removed. The city's vested laws, obviously just our current ordinances. Exhibit H, the development application review process, that will be the IRC thing that we'll discuss, and if the council decides not to include that, we'll just take that exhibit out. Otherwise, what we'll do is just put an image to what is discussed in the MDA.
So sorry, did I miss this, exhibit A-1, legal description of school district property, so by that point, they have to, by the finalization of this, they have to identify the school district.
So my understanding that they're designating 60 acres within the project, but the final location of that may not be what's designated in the legal description for A1.
So legal description will be their purchase agreement.
Yeah, so that, it wouldn't really,
Yeah, and maybe they can speak to that, cause I know that if you guys are willing to hear from them
They
on
already
that.
purchased 60 acres, so we'll include the legal description of what they already.
but subject to moving it, right?
Our agreement with them is, they don't wanna build 60 acres of schools in one spot. So our agreement already in place is, they're gonna buy it, they land bank it, and then redevelop, then they'll relocate the schools.
Got it, perfect, thank you.
Whew. So, I don't know if you wanna also go through the items that the council or the planning commission recommended to the city council.
And
Or
in regards to the MDA or the design standard?
both. They were in regard to.
Before we get to that, can I make a motion, we take a 9-minute break before we get into this?
9 minute?
Cause I think we're gonna get into this a little bit more, just.
10 minute?
a number here.
10-minute break?
Just take a quick
Till
break
8
and
o'clock, is that what you're saying? 7:52 on there?
give or take a few minutes. I just think, it's been a long time we've gone through kind of the MDA. I think there's a lot more discussion to be had about parts of the MDA, so.
Are you willing to accept that motion?
Do we need an official motion, or can I just say we're taking a break?
I would prefer to have a motion.
Second. Say all in
Aye.
favor. Say all in favor.
Is that sufficient, Jackie?
Then I'll vote it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright, taking a break for 9-ish.
We're good.
Alright, now we're good. Resume.
So, when we went into break, we were just discussing the planning commission's recommendations on their master development agreement. They also had some recommendations about the design guidelines. I don't know if you'd like to go through the design guidelines prior to hearing the planning commission's recommendations, or if you'd like to save the review of the planning commission, or save a review of the design guidelines for another meeting.
It's kind of not noticed that way, noticed this, even though the design guidelines are part of that, I understand that, but it's really not noticed that way.
So, does that mean you'd like to save them for another meeting? Is that?
That would be my
Okay.
preference.
That's fine. Yeah, with that, I'll also say the planning commission's recommendations for that. They largely covered the design guidelines and some of the elements of the master development agreement. So that being said,
Yeah, I maybe think process here. Do we wanna go back? You've been through the whole thing, those ones that we started or talked about, start just having a conversation that way? There are some of these, I know we took some assignments to come back with some language specifically on the parks and open space section, but there were other things, so just
I think it's a good idea, maybe you review them all, make sure we've got the to-do list.
And I'm not sure about everybody else, but I specifically withheld commentary about certain aspects and certain thoughts. So just in an effort to try and get through that first, so.
and I appreciate you doing that. That took longer than I thought, but I actually feel, at least from my perspective, it was pretty productive to go through each provision and get an understanding of where we were at.
I would ask, Chase, is there anything specific to the MDA that the planning commission recommended, or
Yeah.
is this all like the
Great question. So their first item, work with staff to implement a more transparent public process, and this was in regard to the development application review process. A more transparent public process than currently provided, including amending the IRC process with the following options. The first option would be to just remove the IRC and identify items for the planning commission and the staff to review with regard to development applications. One of the things they recommended was planning commission review for subdivisions, conditional uses for home occupations, and commercial, mixed use, and multifamily site plans. And then all other items be reviewed by staff, all of their development applications be reviewed by staff. Another planning commission recommendation with regard to the development agreement was to identify in section 6.2.1 unique open space layouts, so rather than just larger, identify ones that might be unique. Again, capture the intent that what you as the city council have already discussed, right? Programmable areas, things that are not just pocket parks everywhere, right? Let me go through these really quick. 3 was a design guidelines.
Thank you.
4 was a design guidelines, 5 was a design guideline. 6 was a design guideline. 7, there was some overlap, that was allowing, and that was with regard to the quarter mile requirement that a park be located within a quarter mile of every residential unit. Allowing that to be increased if the park is considered large or unique. And then the last item was decreasing the number of units allowed in the overall development or bring a more substantial benefit to the community, such as a larger park or unique feature that provides a benefit to a larger portion of the community. So those were their recommendations with regard to the development.
So it says here that Commissioner Palmer voted nay, was that in regards to a specific issue that he had an objection with, what was the?
He didn't state on the record his reason why he voted nay. Sounds like then the plan is to move forward and list the items that we wanna come back and talk to and maybe have some general discussion now? Or would it be more useful to just list the items that we wanna come back and address, schedule another meeting and hammer those out?
I would suggest that start over again through each one and give us the list that you have from what we've said already. And then everybody can chime in with their.
We didn't even go through the recitals, I mean, I start on
Sure.
number 8, right?
Sure.
That's all right.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's your meeting, council.
let's do that, start over again, tell us what you have as far as our directions so far, and then we can expand on each one.
So, well, I'll let, Steve said he's starting it right at the front. I didn't have anything on the recitals, so.
We didn't cover
Yeah, we just skipped over
Yeah.
that, so.
Mhm.
This will turn into a broader discussion, but I'll try and narrow it here, is that, number A, where it says over a period of years, I don't like something that vague. I also wanna know if our MDA is for, as proposed right here, for 44 or potentially 49 years, does their option to acquire and develop the property extend to 49 years? Or are we granting rights that are beyond their rights? You know, I wanna make sure that that's at least considered there. And then as far as the, whether or not it should be 44 or 49 years, that's a different discussion. And number C, where it talks about the city desires to receive certain public and community benefits and amenities, they're not enumerated or listed anywhere in the agreement. And we've talked about that, before, having recital sections of our MDAs that specifically outline we're willing to accept a certain density or certain project characteristics or certain things in exchange for benefits and amenities. But we don't have any of those benefits or amenities listed, therefore there's no stated justification for the approvals that we're giving. So I think that needs to be amended or fleshed out
So
there, so
are you asking for more specificity in that
Yes.
specific recital?
absolute specificity.
On
So
which
I-
letter?
Which one are
C. Cause it says desires to receive certain public and community benefits and amenities. What's certain? We don't have certain. Desires to receive general public and community, that's what this
And
agreement
it's in
is.
consideration for agreeing to
Right,
this,
'cause
right?
it-
We're
the
giving
furthermore,
something,
it
what are we
says-
getting?
The developer is willing to provide these benefits and amenities in consideration of the agreement of the city for the densities and intensity of uses pursuant to the terms of the MDA. So we're saying we're getting benefits as justification for the density and intensities, but we're not specifying what those benefits are. And I think the public really needs to know what that is. What's our justification, what's our reasoning for approving the densities and intensities of units?
Even if it references subsections like
Right.
go to this point, this point, this
Sure,
point, right?
right.
And that, what you just highlighted there, Sherry, is one thing I was just gonna say. As a drafting principle, I prefer not to include specifics within recitals because they can oftentimes conflict, or their interpretation can conflict with the actual language of the agreement. However, referring to specific sections is something I'm a little more comfortable doing, because then it's saying the specific benefits as identified in subsection
Yeah.
X, Y, and Z,
Right.
right? And so that would be my recommendation, is that if we're trying to include more specificity there, maybe reference where those specific benefits are included, rather than spell them out in detail in the recitals.
And if, to be totally clear, so there's no question, I don't see anything listed in the MDA as proposed right now, or in the exhibits, that in any way, shape, or form would justify the densities and intensity of uses proposed in this MDA. I can't say it any more clear than that. So unless those things are identified and spelled out, I cannot support the densities and intensities of uses in this MDA.
Perfect.
On item J, it says the city has adopted a general plan that includes the property, and this MDA and the planned community comply with the general plan. I'm not sure that that is a true statement about the general plan we currently have.
He called out that might
Yeah,
change
and
because of the.
And I'll restate that again, right? That will change if the proposed general plan does not get amended, right?
Okay. That's all I have for the recitals part.
Anyone else?
I think on that first one, it has a date, there's no date on it, we should put a date. Sorry.
Alright. So the first one I have here is section 2.2 and the subsequent sections there.
Can I just have one question before you get there? On 1.9, capital roads means those roads identified in the city's transportation master plan within the planned community. Does our current master plan jive with their proposals, or are we gonna need to modify the transportation plan to do that?
We are updating our transportation master plan, our stormwater and our water master plan. We already have a parks master plan that captures this area.
Okay,
The
but our
thing
other
not.
plans do not, so we're gonna have to
But we'll
adjust.
have those in place before.
Okay. And then, we'll skip that one. Never mind, go ahead.
So section 2.2, the approved maximum residential units. Again, this was just one we were gonna come back to. Total number of units, breakdown in 2.2.2. And those were the two items I've starred.
If I could just make one comment about 2.2.2. The Wasatch Choice 2040 report on page 8 suggests the ideal layout for any community along the Wasatch Front should include 60% detached standalone homes, 25% townhouses, 15% apartments or condos. We are proposing something substantially different than that
Pretty much the
recommendation.
opposite.
Yeah. Again, I'm not necessarily suggesting that is an impossible number to get to, or that isn't something that we can live with. What I'm suggesting is, nothing in this MDA is a justification for that, as of yet. We don't have any specifics listed out. If this body is going to be making decisions that are substantially different from recommendations from the Wasatch Front Regional Council,
Then we're in trouble for infrastructure.
yeah, then we're getting out over our skis on certain things unless we have specified reasons to consider that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would go back to the comment that I made in our MBA meeting, in our planning meeting, was that currently I think we're at 58% detached single-family homes. And the rest is a mixture of the other, and so it would be really difficult for me to justify something substantially more dense than all the rest of our community. Being that I know how our residents feel about the current density. And quite frankly, I'll tell you, I've been in many different meetings with different legislators and city leaders and such that have referenced us as the new West Valley. I don't really want that reputation continually. And so I think it's really imperative on us to make sure that we're planning appropriately for that. No offense to West Valley, but those have been the comments made.
I have to agree with Steve that, we're reviewing what's been put in front of us. You can look at anything you want. Right now, the actual planning, we know we've planned for 3 units an acre. We know that the county, based on the city's collective plans, has planned on 3, a maximum of 5 if all upgrades to general infrastructure downstream. That's like the county's own plan, which of course they threw out the window one day for this. So it's really tough. I would agree with Steve, I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility, given upgrades and certain benefits, but I just don't see those in here. Like what the question I've gotten from residents so far, and the one I keep asking is, I think I know what the developer would gain by coming to Harriman, but what was Harriman gain by taking all this on? I just don't see it in here yet, so to me, that number is an average of 3 to 5 just for infrastructure's sake, unless you can show me that we're gonna improve the infrastructure to a point where it'll support more than that.
And I did find a couple comments, as I was reading through the old general plan specifically about that today. It does contemplate in Olympia Hills some high density residential areas, 8 to 20 units per acre. But it has a quote here, it says, only density on the low end of the range will be considered unless it's directly adjacent to a major transportation corridor and amenities like open space or trails. That's page 330. On page 339, it says, it's contemplating that U-111 would connect over Butterfield Canyon to Tooele and create major traffic from Tooele. And it said if that isn't going to be done, there should be significant adjustments should be made, reducing the density, types, and intensity of uses. Again, these are guiding principles, this is our general plan. And adjustments to these plans, modifications to these plans, exceptions to these guiding principles, I think need to be based on specifics, so.
No, I'll just add, I mean, from the efforts over the last 2 years of the Southwest Mayors Coalition and doing that whole study, we know that the problems that we're seeing in our communities in the Southwest are because our respective cities have continually approved higher density than what we've planned infrastructure for. And we're continually seeing it be difficult to get adequate funding from the state, federal, county, et cetera. We have over 70% of the growth for the last 10 years and 25% of the infrastructure spending, right? I mean, it's just, we're so far behind, we have to have something, I mean, so I'm not, to say that it's not outside the realm of possibility, what does that mean? I mean, if there's realistic ability to get an east-west expressway a la Alpine, then you could do higher density along there, you could have those sorts of uses, but with only 2 roads in and out of, literally 2, there's no side streets that connect. Like people, when I describe this to people outside of Harriman, they're just bewildered because they think they have their major arteries and then they've got side roads that they can take. Nope, there's 126th and 134th, and those are the only 2 that go all the way in and out of town, so that effect is greater, so I think that there can be those increases to help with some of this, but right now it doesn't exist in here as it is.
Might I propose too that, so I think this discussion is what we need, rather than using this time to negotiate, right, and see, all right, what do you
Exactly,
want?
right.
Say, all right, let's move on to the next one that we wanna talk about, cause I think once we have our entire list, there's actually gonna be some overlap between, say, open space discussions and this particular discussion.
Very much so.
So, I'm not trying to push us on to the next one, but saying,
No, I mean, I totally agree, it's just difficult because really so much is based on that number, right? If you're sticking with that number, then a lot of the rest of this is kind of undoable just from a transportation point of view, right? To use a general, what'd you guys call it?
Industry
General practice assumptions, this is not a general area that has all the access or that is even contemplated in public transportation at all, right? Let alone actual streets and freeway access, et cetera. I mean, this is going way in the far corner. So some of those things have to be overcome down the road in the plan if they wanna really talk those numbers.
should I move on to the next one? Unless anyone has anything else to add.
Two things, on 223, where we talk about the development report, are we gonna include a format or an exhibit for that in this agreement?
We haven't discussed one, but we can, I can put, that'd be pretty
I
easy.
think I just want again, full disclosure, I want the public to understand, this is what's gonna be reported at each stage and what's included and how that's gonna be tracked, so.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I ever quite got an answer to my question in regards to this report, and this kind of goes on later on how density is determined once it's sold. But getting that question answered of, if I sell property, does the density go with the land or does the density stay with the developer, I think is a pretty substantial question. In my opinion, when you sell the property, you sell the density and you don't get it back. There's, that was part of the agreement that you made, is you're selling that density. If that density is not used on that piece of property, you don't get to go move it down the road further. That was intended for that piece of property in that zone.
Let me devil's advocate with you a little bit, because the density is awarded on a global scale, but land could be sold in a specific zone of the master plan that's only zoned for 3 units an acre. So if you're only buying the 3 units an acre, the remainder, I think, there's an argument should be included in the remainder.
Well, and this actually jumps to a bigger issue I have with the plan. I mean, this is, I mean, there's just some colors on here. It's no plan. It doesn't say roughly what we really expect the density to be in those areas. I mean, there's not even a legend to go with this. It just says that,
So that is
it just says
addressed in
the red says town center. What the hell is a town center?
Isn't that the design guidelines?
It is addressed in the design guidelines. It calls out each of the specific place
Well,
types.
can we at least put, put it on the same one?
And I think
gotta
that's
sift
about-
through
yeah.
6 documents
Right.
to put this together, right? I mean, cause that, we need to, if this is gonna be a real plan, I understand having some flexibility, but there has to be limits to that flexibility, right? Cause their flexibility is our uncertainty. There's no way around that.
Which means our infrastructure is not sized correctly when all of a sudden
Yeah.
all the density goes out at the very, very back end.
So, I mean, same thing, and if they want more flexibility, then they gotta give up more, right? To me, what are we getting to, in exchange for giving up any level of certainty on what our plan is going to be?
And then is there any process we have that's gonna verify the information that will be on that form?
That would be part of the review
That's,
process.
but how do we assure, they're giving us the information, how we verify that
Yeah,
information
how are
is
we
accurate?
gonna go verify that the information?
So I mean, at the time a parcel's sold, there's nothing to verify, right, other than here's the information that we sold. This section 2.2.3 states that with each development application, master developer, sub-developer, as the case shall be, shall provide the city development report showing the number and type of maximum residential units.
I think that comes, our safety there comes with building permits. If it's over the allowed units for that area, we just don't issue a building permit.
Again, I'm just, I think there should be some, I don't know if we spell it out internally or whatever, but some way where we're verifying information that's provided. If we're relying completely on information provided from other people and there's a mistake made, what was our role in it, right? As a city, I think we at least have to do something that verifies information provided to us is correct, right?
Right.
Or warranted or something like that, right? I just don't want the city making decisions on something and us not have any indemnification for making a mistake,
I'd
right?
anticipate that report would be submitted with a DRC type process. The
Documentation.
pre-IRC, if that's what ends up being. And then that would go back to the planning department, they'd go through and look at it, calculate the densities, make sure it works.
Fair enough, and
Pretty much,
That's
not
getting
not
way
much
into the
different than what we
weeds.
currently do with
Right.
MDAs that come in and they submit an application and we go through a pre-application process and look at, make sure it meets everything. For prime time to go to.
so I work in the finance world where you get an application and you have to go verify every single aspect of it, right, with additional documentation, so.
Yep.
Okay,
The next one I had was just the traffic impact study. There was kind of a broad discussion about, you know, what that is looking at, what we're capturing there. I followed that up with some of the other processes that we've written into here to allow for a letter to be written. I don't know if that answered the questions that you had when we introduced 2.4 in the subsequent sections, but I did just have a star by that item.
If we disagree with those assumptions, what's the process? So I see that red line that you added in regards to adding what processes were used, what methodologies and assumptions. If we disagree with that, what's the process? Cause right here, all it's saying is you have to tell us, okay, great, you told us, but what good does that do us?
So section 2.4.3 has a dispute resolution.
So it just goes to the dispute resolution process.
Yeah, if there's a dispute relating to traffic impacts within the planned community, then we kick that dispute resolution process off.
would 243 also apply to 2411? If there's some timing things we've talked about, right, where something's identified that they need to do that's outside of their project and city budget or capital plans doesn't contemplate the completion of that particular project for many years down the road. They submit the money, that's great, but the project still is gonna be failing until it gets completed. How do we resolve that? Would that be this 2.4.3 process, or is there another way that we can
So
discuss that?
the updated traffic impact study, and I think this is answering your question, if not, let me know. The updated traffic impact study would address the timing and the proportionate cost. They only have an obligation to pay that. That doesn't mean that we can't enter into a subsequent agreement to say, can you fund this up front now, and we can reimburse you through method X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Right, but the current language of
But they'd
the,
have to agree to it.
they would have to agree to it. The current language only requires them to pay the
Sure.
proportionate impact.
Again, I'm not necessarily contemplating we need to bind right? But I'm just suggesting that if they wanna move forward on development, it's gonna create failure in certain parts of our infrastructure, and we don't have the capital funds to fix that part yet. How do we fix that, right?
Cause that's gonna be.
we don't
the
wanna-
reality.
We don't wanna be in a position where we're trying to hold up building permits, cause it's gonna screw up the traffic, but they need building permits to move forward on their development and service their debt and all that other stuff, right? So, I guess I'm just trying to, there's no verbiage that contemplates that in here, and I'm not sure if that's something we want to include or how we might address that.
Yeah, why
I'll
don't
let you
we,
noodle that.
yeah, I'm gonna noodle that. I like that term.
I mean, that problem could actually be pretty severe.
Substantially.
It's gonna happen. For sure, there's gonna be roads that we don't have the budget to fix and they're gonna fail. Most likely would happen, I
And so,
should say.
like, the new TIS is going to be included in our new traffic master plan, right? So a new traffic master plan will impact the capital projects we forecast over the next however many years, right? So it's going to be included in our planning, but with some of the flexibility that they have in determining phases and how many units are going in at what time, that could impact the timing of our capital projects plan for, it, right? And the differences between those two, let's suggest my role as a city council is to represent the constituents, and they wouldn't want their traffic to be negatively impacted waiting several years for capital facilities to
Which, and
to
this
come
is
to catch back up.
an important piece of it, but it's also part of that waterfall effect from the initial traffic study. If we're accepting assumptions we know are wrong, right, are not realistic for this area, then we're setting the rest of this up for failure.
Agreed.
Yeah, cause everything's based off of that underlying traffic study.
And I don't know where we're at with that, if we can maybe even just have like an update next time we meet, just about where they're at, right? It won't be completed by the next time we meet, but maybe an updated
I
scope
think
or.
to hit it for next time, I think, actually.
And to be fair, at least it's been represented to me that the original traffic infrastructure study was done by what's generally considered the premier traffic engineering group in the region. And the subsequent studies are being done by equally well acknowledged experts in the field. So we're not just randomly selecting some.
Joe Schmo out of this
Yeah,
house.
Joe Schmo, these are the top engineering,
Which is
traffic
good.
engineering firms, right? We're getting the
Typically
best
the-
people.
But it's
The guy-
still input in equals input out.
Yeah,
That's
it's based
right.
on assumptions.
What assumptions are we using? That's really what I wanna know, right? So what percentage are they saying are gonna take public transportation that doesn't exist and likely won't for decades, if ever?
Which
Right.
means they shouldn't count
What-
because they're not within the scope of the
What
traffic.
percentage are going to work within the area and walk to work when there's no I don't see any requirement in here for
Yeah, that's a whole
employment
nother
centers
discussion,
or
right?
phasing of employment centers in regards to you know, residential units, like those are
Commercial
pretty
square
big.
footage, all,
Yeah.
yeah, all that stuff.
I'll just read it and it's
Next one I had was the telecommunication services on page 8. Two items I had listed here that we, under section 2.5.1, just make sure that we're not limiting any additional opportunities for telecommunications improvements within the right of way. And then 2.5.2, instead of stating that the city shall execute, my paralegal had some language on that we're essentially stating that the city will work with the
In the
service
next
provider.
version that we see, will you highlight all the shalls and all the mays? That way they get called out for us specifically.
That would be great.
And then, this may be in the design guidelines, there's so much here. I saw that we pulled out over the right of way, for the easements. Specifically, is it just required in code, or do we require that all infrastructure must be buried?
Yeah.
It's required by city code. No new overhead.
Can we, I mean, it's already code, but can we belt and suspenders that, put it here that all utilities need to go underground? All new utilities need to go underground so that we don't have any misconstrued interpretations down the road.
Yep.
What would be the definition of temporary?
It's a good question. Often we get
This could be
asked
49 years.
So we always get into this discussion right here when we talk about it. For example, the new school needs power and it's gonna cost, who knows, $200,000 put underground. But they need to put it overhead temporarily just to run the contractor's equipment. So sometimes they'll come in and put a temporary pole. Say temporary overhead utilities such as power can be allowed for up
Is that not
to 12 months. It's not. So we always have to have a big discussion over it. If we put it in the agreement somewhere, it could solve a lot of confusion that comes up with that. If you just
I'm-
put something like
I don't have any issue with a recommendation from staff on what temporary really is. And frankly, I think that's something we probably need to update in our code.
Amen, that's what I was just gonna say.
Nathan, I think that's something we probably need to update in code so that it's no longer something that we specifically have to call out.
Size and scope of the project would have a lot to dictate on that. So.
Yeah,
It's
right.
normally schools that end up with that because they're the ones that kind of build out away from other people. Waiting for roads and things to come.
No, it's.
So I was gonna just move on to page 9. We had the discussion about section 2.8. Steve, you brought up the example.
We did, sorry, just one thing, we
Yep.
did have the section 2.5.1 about the exclusive easement language, are you gonna check on that?
Right.
Okay.
He said that.
Yeah, that was part of the making sure we don't limit any additional
Got it, okay.
improvements there. Thank you.
Yeah, and then 2.8, yeah.
Any others in between that section and 2.8? That was my next one. So I don't know if we answered your questions with that one. Steve, I know there was some robust discussion about it.
Sorry, did I miss the IRC in general?
That's coming, that's
Coming
section
out,
4.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, section 4 is.
Yes, you did.
I don't know that I answered the most specific question enough to let you give me a specific answer. I was kind of just, contemplating kind of broad ideas, and so I know that's hard to address in a specific answer. I think that we'll probably get to what my real concern is as we discuss other things, specifically the, density parcels and calculations and how that's all gonna work kind of thing, so we can discuss that.
So no specific questions with this provision.
No, we can put that in the
Two
broader
point,
discussion.
in 2.8, when it calls out Utah code annotated 10-9A-103 or 65C B 2021. Is that gonna cause a problem if the state makes any changes to the code and that changes?
So that's why the reference is as written, so that it refers back to the law as it is currently.
So what that does right there is says it's even if the
That
state,
one
even if the
specifically.
state changes the code, this is the one that counts. Even though later we say that,
Well, there's that exception to vested laws, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
if that applies, then that would change this provision. This is one that's existed for quite a while, right? I don't see it changing anytime soon. So,
which is
but
question,
it's a good question. Yeah, there are specific references and it's to call out provisions as they exist now, but that exception to vested rights always comes into play. It's a fun one, right? Compelling, countervailing public interest, yeah. We, side story real quick, we actually used that recently, with our water efficiency standards. So as you recall, we adopted water efficiency standards at the end of last year. It became effective this year. We had some applications that were vested under an old standard, right? And rather than forcing that compelling countervailing public interest principle to kick in, we rather just worked with the developers to say, here's what we're trying to accomplish, and all of them fortunately came on board, but that was something where we could have likely used that principle.
Should 2.1.1 say Jordan School District instead of special owner school district?
It defines special owner as Jordan School District in the definitions. Good question.
Can I get one paragraph before that, 210? There's a sentence in here that frankly comes up in every MDA. And it is, something that I understand, but it also concerns me. And it says, in the event of any inconsistency between the terms of this MDA and the provisions of the zoning ordinance, the terms and provisions of this MDA shall control. That idea that with so much unspecified information in the MDA and the planning and the, with bubble plans and all this other kind of stuff, to suggest that lack of specificity is gonna somehow trump our specific general plan or zoning plans or something like that, I'm uncomfortable with the MDA trumping that absolutely, if that doesn't make sense. I think there's a process in which resolution can be reached on certain things, or maybe we
This would
can
have to be a
expand
lot
this.
more detailed in order for us to be okay with that word.
Yeah, I guess that's probably where I'm getting to is,
That doesn't mean we can't get to that, but
Right.
as is,
it's,
a lot.
it's our nebulous, free-flowing bubble plan that we have a lot of discretion over and move around is gonna trump any general plan or zoning that you have. I understand what the desire for the developer is, and I'm not necessarily saying they're being unrighteous in that desire, but I also don't like that it always trumps the other tools that the city has put in place for land planning.
And I think what this should say, and how this is generally applied, is in the event of any conflict between the terms of this MDA. I don't know if that addresses your concern, but what this is saying, and this goes back to the analogy I used of saying, our foundation for the development in Olympia is our city ordinance. Built on top of that is the MDA, right? Our city ordinance is actually much broader than what is covered in the MDA.
Sure.
And anything that is in conflict with our city ordinance in the MDA governs there. And
Saying
that's
it's more, where it's more restrictive.
where it's more restrictive, the MDA would cover. So I don't know if that
And or,
change in
And I-
verbiage covers
and or
that.
I'm
less
fine, but
restrictive.
I don't read where it says where it's more restrictive,
Yeah.
it
It
doesn't
applies,
say
but
that.
where
We're
it's less
changing
less
from
Yeah, I-
consistent to conflict, I don't know how that.
But it can be less restrictive, I mean, the MDA can,
It
can
can.
be,
Right.
it
And
be in
in
many
regards
cases
to
less
this, it
restrictive
is
than our
less
current.
restrictive.
And again, there may be compelling reasons to do that, right? I mean, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have the ability to do that. I don't know, I think you guys all understand
We
when
have
we
to
feel
have
like we get in a position where we think it's a bad idea. We have some kind of zoning that is in place that we feel like should protect us, and yet the terms of the MDA bind us to make a decision that we don't like.
How many times how many times has that happened in Rosecrest?
Yeah, and it it's
Every
not that.
MDA throughout the
Yeah, it's just, it gets repeated over and over again, and I understand there's certainty the developer wants, and I get that, but I just don't like how that, I don't like that sentence.
That's why it's such an important due diligence process, that's why I was making the comments earlier about the timeline and stuff, it's because it's about, there's so many things like that through the due diligence process that have to be addressed.
It really sounds like this goes back to the detail and the specificity when we're talking about,
plan.
here's the benefits we receive and this is what we're giving up, that
Yeah.
seems
Right,
like it's
right.
all tied to that concept.
That's a great point.
And we really just are missing details of the plan. I don't really see a plan, I see kind of a bubble plat of, here, this is the idea.
And look, I get too that there's certain expectations that get set at the time that these decisions are made, right? And usually there's, like when it was approved in the county, there were open houses and pictures and videos and stuff shown and, all these things, and people get that in their minds, that's what's gonna happen. And then 10 years down the road, market conditions are different, economic situation is different, builder demand is different, and the developer has a reason to suggest, we're gonna pivot from what was proposed 10 or 12 years ago to something new that meets what the market is. And I completely understand that in a general sense, right? But when we're talking about amenities or aspects of a development that are key basis for determining density and intensity, as this agreement is proposing, I think we do need to have more specificity about it. And I don't know, maybe we can be generically specific, but at
I was
least,
just thinking that's exactly how we would do it, right, is call out.
yeah, we're gonna build a regional park of a certain size. Great, we don't have to put exactly where it is, or the shape of it, or how many trees it's gonna have, or that kind of stuff, right? But, great, there's an amenity that's coming along, that's a reason for some of the decisions we might make, right?
And it's not that they're not already being planned, let's just call them out.
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, I had to start next to 2.11, effective this MDA on, again, special honor school district.
That was, I think,
Is the transfer of density.
density for the school and does the density, once again, does the density go to the property? Is it attached to the property or is it attached to the project as a whole that can be moved around?
Is it 60 acres or 100 acres? What are we attaching to this? Is it just their purchase agreement for that? It could be 100 acres, or is it just gonna be the 60?
Yeah,
Does it fall under that, like, 'cause that section's the effect of the MDA on Jordan School District, and that would be something different, that would be the effect of the MDA on the developer, not necessarily.
I think it's all tied, right? Listening to your discussion on this at a later section, I think it's all connected, how the school district plays into the development as a whole.
Because it says if they don't,
Yeah.
it says if not, then they get the units on that they get.
It shall be
build that.
subject to the provisions of
This
the MDA.
applies to that area.
And that, there's another broad, I'll bring it up now, we could discuss it at any point in this, but, we have very distinct numbers of exact percentages of unit types, right? But what we don't have is specificity around commercial square footage, retail space, workplaces, workforce housing, those kind of things, right? And so, in a lot of areas, we've had a plan where this is gonna be a commercial area and a school goes there. We lose the commercial, right? That's an amenity and a benefit that the community desired, it's not there. With this plan and this particular zone, that's real nebulous, so we don't know exactly what's gonna be a commercial and what's gonna be a residential parcel necessarily. I think there's a necessity for us to more define. It may be here, it may be here, it may be here, but we're gonna have this much of this element and this much of this element and that kind of stuff, right?
I asked that in the initial MDA meeting also, was that, I know 100 years ago when I met with Doug about this project, I'd asked that perhaps we do, as you phase things out, certain amounts of that commercial and job center things coincide with a certain number of housing and residential units, but there's nothing like that in this MDA at all.
And to be fair, our friends in Salt Lake County had developed some agreements around that, right, as part of their MDA.
Which is why
There
I'd
was
asked for kind of that
some
comparison,
phased information
because they had a lot of this in there that's not in here.
I think that that's really important because I understand the housing market right now, and I understand how easy it is to develop homes and sell them is not an issue. But bringing along those places for employment, bringing along the tax revenue, the sales tax revenue from commercial development, things like that, are an important piece for us to maintain a good balance in our community, not only with sales tax revenue, but just balance of people,
And to
transportation.
be fair, so much of that is contemplated as part of this, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen other plans have,
Well, look at 5600 West in our city, right? All that was zoned commercial for 20 some years before any real commercial development got going. I mean, it was 20 years, but it's obviously the right place for it. And everything supports it, but had it not been preserved for that, it would all be houses too.
And this doesn't answer that question now, but I have talked with them and said, that's something we need to address. So they're not, no one's trying to hide it, right? It's more of one of those things like, let's talk about it, so.
Yeah,
we
and
haven't
It's
viewed
an
that.
important component.
Yeah.
important component, important part of our planning, part of our decision making, and I think it's very important for the public.
I agree. Okay, I didn't have anything else on page 10.
2.12. nail down parameters on screening and extractions.
Oh,
Yeah, specifically like distance from any standing residential
And dust control.
and dust control. In that as well, if they're doing anything that's on contaminated soil,
No.
contaminated soil.
Yeah.
Mitigation
100-foot
of
tall
any
mountains
possible
of dirt.
contamination.
That will be
And no
required, so
processing
we'll
when
have
the
to get a
wind is
statement
over
required underneath
50
this.
freaking miles an hour.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But all, that dust mitigation, if they get into that,
Obviously triggered something.
dust mitigation is all something that's clearly controlled by the state, is that?
Cause those operable units, we wouldn't fall underneath jurisdictional control for those, so they either fall underneath Salt Lake County or state.
Does that include in regards to contaminated soil?
That specifically what I was talking about,
Okay.
yes. So-
Impacted, so.
Sorry,
Hold
impacted
up,
soil.
yeah.
So, yeah,
I don't know, I think 'cause it's an agreement we can make between parties, I mean, 'cause it comes down to enforcement too, right? I mean, just recently with the storms we've had, I mean, you guys have gotten the complaints from the residents, right? It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
just council members. That these guys are out there screening stuff when it's seriously, wind is whipping at 50 miles an hour, like, how is that being productive? Oh, for one, I don't get it.
and we have shut a
Like,
handful
should be
down
common sense.
recently with
Anyway,
yeah. Every year in about July and August, that's a battle we fight every year, just
So
try and shut
Afternoon storms
contractors
pick
down.
up and.
So if we're gonna allow that on site where maybe normally it isn't, then maybe there needs to be some sort of
Additional
extra.
language.
What I'll do, if you're comfortable with the council, is I'll work with Jonathan and Blake on the language of our land disturbance permit, cause a lot of that can be captured there, but anything that is not captured there, we can work into the actual agreement.
Those are good catches.
Other than that, thanks for that catch, Wendy, nothing on page 10.
I didn't write anything else down until section 4, but except for the unconstitutional comment.
Yeah, I'm confused about that. That troubles me anywhere I would agree to an MDA that says I'm gonna make somebody follow something unconstitutional. That's weird, in my opinion.
I don't know if I missed anything other than that.
How could you enforce that?
Well, and that's why it goes to, because, so there's a difference between constitutional and contract,
I guess,
right?
yeah, cause it is just.
It's the same
Like, can
thing,
somebody
right?
enter a contract for indentured servitude, right?
We're not going there, and that is not what I meant.
I mean, if they agreed to it, right?
As long as there's adequate consideration.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's arguments about, property rights that technically you can't do this, but if I agree to it, you can do that. I mean, so I get, I'm guessing it's more of a standard wording that's used in a lot of legal documents.
Really what the provision says is if it's deemed unconstitutional, we're gonna follow it until we work out
Right.
what the changes
Yeah,
are.
master developer, and they will cooperate
You were
with the
okay with
city
it
in
before
adopting
we knew it was not unconstitutional, so you're gonna just stick with it until we figure out a new way.
based upon contract principles. Yeah, I didn't have anything else written down, so stop me if any of you have your own personal notes.
Well, this is the next page, it's on page 12, the fees, we just need to make sure we specify which impact fees, cause some,
Yes.
there's gonna be some things that are impact fees and some things that are contract fees.
So the way that this is written and the way it would be applied is that any impact fees that development is subject to paying, and we would capture that in section 5, talking about the financing portion. Any fees that you apply to the project would be subject to change, and they would agree to be bound by any additional changes. Good catch. And just for the sake of discussion, I know we're getting to section 5 here in a second. We've talked about a contract fee, but we've also tentatively discussed imposing public safety impact fees. So rather than rolling in our fire and police impact fees into this contract fee, we would just assess those within the area, and they would be collected just like any other impact fee would be.
Makes sense, cause they're not utilized until
Right.
people
They're actually physically there.
So-
Agreed.
So since this is preceding section 5, we should have language in there saying that these would be subject
As
to those
set
specified
forth,
in
yep.
section 5.
Good point. I'll put that in.
So, 3.5, that's in the city's vested laws. This is something that I've struggled with for years and years and years in regards to MDAs, and that's the idea that the city can't change the vesting, or can't change things, but the developer can, and we tend not to get these, and we may have addressed this by the sit down every 4 years to make adjustments. But I can't tell you how many times I've seen a builder, not necessarily the developer, but the builder come in, wanna change things, wanna increase density, whatever, and then we get nothing out of it. Including simple things that we should be able to address that we've already addressed by updating our city code, that they're vested the old way, so they just get to do the old way because it's cheaper. And that, I've always wanted to put things in development agreements that say that if you come back for substantial change, you are agreeing to revest in the laws as the city deems fit moving forward.
Can I make a suggestion there too, David, is that, this might come up later on, but, I'm uncomfortable with a 44-year agreement. Just in principle.
Well, specifically, yeah, I think for most of us, specifically because of this.
Right.
That's the
Is that, I think that, look, in a master development agreement, part of the reason for the developer to enter into this is that they get protection for a time period, right? They're making a plan on a huge project, and they don't want the laws to be changing every so often as they're going along with their project, right? They need some guarantees. Which I think is completely reasonable in an NDA. As long as that doesn't extend out, beyond the lifetime of anybody who will be in this room, right? So I'm okay with the clause as long as it's not so long.
And just for
Right.
clarification, the initial term expires in 2045, so it'd be a 24-year.
But automatically.
And I'm not saying that's better, right?
It's
I
only
just,
not renewed
34
if
years,
they're
30
30.
years.
and then they get an additional 10 years if they're not in default at that point.
So I think for me, I don't even mind that they get the vesting in the laws. What concerns me is that they vest in the laws,
Almost
then
in perpetuity.
they get to change what they want on their end, but they're still vested in the same laws. If they wanna change, if they wanna ever increase density or make substantial changes that benefit them, they should have to revest in our laws, and that's my personal opinion. I know there's arguments for and against that, and there could be times where it may make sense to leave the vesting where it is.
I think maybe there's a more creative solution to this. Because that's if I'm in the developer's shoes, I'm like, well, that's equally as harsh.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
Way, and
It cuts both ways.
Right.
as we've said already, in order to consider, higher density than what we've planned for, et cetera, we need adequate consideration for that in all these areas. To me, part of it is making sure we get what we want out of this, right? So what I'm thinking, and this could be open-ended, right? Think about whatever you want, but the first thing that comes to my mind is when it went through the county, my biggest thing was, well, not my biggest thing, one of the major issues for me was there needs to be a tie to what's being promised. If they're promising commercial and employment centers, those need to come at some point other than at the end. And then because we've seen a ton of these things over the years now, is they push that off to the end and then they say, wow, there's no demand for it, you need to let us put more apartments there.
Yep.
We've gotten that over and over and over. If that's one of the major selling points that the traffic analysis is being based on, et cetera, well, there needs to be some phasing to that. So whatever that phasing is, if it's a certain amount of square footage of commercial business, business space and employment, number of jobs, whatever you wanna tie it to the number of residential units. And if those benchmarks are reached, then they're vested in those laws for the next phase. If they don't reach that, then it resets to
I'm
new ones.
really,
Does that make?
really in support of that idea.
I
had
can
a-
get behind that particular idea.
I had a conversation with.
If they perform, they get what they want. If they don't,
Absolutely.
then
And if they're performing, I have no problem I have absolutely no problem when a developer performs to continue to move forward with the agreement that's there. What I don't want is exactly what we've seen and exactly what you're referring to is.
if it falls short, then you're now for the next 10-year period, it's with the current laws at that
So I had a
time.
conversation with an
Whatever.
elected official in another city today. We're getting, this MDA discussion is getting a lot of attention from other places. But one of the things they just did in their city is they made MDAs 8 years. And then if agreements and compliance is reached, then it extends automatically for a certain period of time. I think for them it was like 2 years and then another 2 years. And then but there's a certain point where it gets out, I don't know the details, but at X number of years, the development agreement expires and a new development agreement has to be negotiated. And that's when things reset at the vested laws, or if there's some specific item, it can be negotiated into the new agreement,
So, yeah, I
right?
think there's a number of ways to do that, but I think there's some
I'm not
room for
suggesting an
creativity.
8-year agreement, guys, don't
So I'm
just
taking
take
away-
a breath over there.
I'm taking away two points from this discussion is that, one, consider like a phased development approach, right, where certain benchmarks have to be
Yeah.
I think
met.
that's
Yeah.
without.
That seems to always been the point here, is a phase.
What I hear is also detail, what is it that the city is getting that justifies this? That's what I'm hearing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's pages and pages and pages of things that are specific that are, really supportive and helpful to the developer, which
Rightfully so.
need to be in there, right? There's just much less so about what all the things the city gets out of this.
So what are those things that benefit us, right? So I'm going through the process with the county, is like, it was obviously 3 or 4 main things that they were selling the public, but where is that tied in here, right? So if it's by phased approach, then these are the main things that the city will benefit by, whether it's a larger park or, like I said, the employment, to me, the employment stuff is huge because that will help us get state and federal dollars.
Let me add in another thought to that too, is that there should be an understanding, the developer has great plans based on current conditions and current projections. At some time down the road, it's gonna change, and they're gonna need to make modifications in the agreement. I totally understand that. What I don't like is that they're gonna wanna do modifications, and we don't have the ability to do modifications on the density approval or the fees or something like that, right?
I was just gonna address that point, Steve, and that's hard to draft into an agreement. But what is not hard to do is to say, we had an agreement, if you want to amend it, here's my consideration for you being able to amend it, right? And that, looking in the past, has not been done very forcefully by the city, right? So that's more of that's on the legal department, that's on the city council who negotiates those amendments to say, all right, we just have an understanding that if we are going to sit back down at the table, which is what this 4-year review process is.
See, that, I
likely
guess
going to
that's the
spark.
problem most of us have, is that never gets done, right? And you can't bind a future body, right? So
But here's the thing.
that's what this agreement is supposed to do, is call out some of those specific things, have to be done at specific times.
And that's what I was gonna get at, is I think we can call those things out and identify what it is, right? If they're going to do this, we're going to get this.
Yes.
And that,
Right.
what that then does for you, or a future body that's going to amend this agreement, is to say, all right, if you're amending this, right, what's the delta that we need to make up to
Right.
justify that for the
But
city?
the one thing that's been absent from from all of our agreements is in the recitals, the specificity about what were the considerations the city got in exchange for the development agreement. So we come back and look at it 15 years later and going, what were they thinking?
Well, to me,
At
those
least
are-
in there, if it was in the recitals and specified, they'd go, oh, they were thinking they're gonna exchange this for this piece of land and this agreement and this road got built. Oh, we didn't even know all of that, now we do. It could affect our decision
Yeah,
making.
cause those two things, at least in my experience so far, have been fairly separate. I mean, some of the common things that have come back for amendment is some of the things that you've taken care of in here already, upsizing, and if the city wants them to upsize, then we give them something, but it's usually something that's just stopping them from proceeding with what's already planned. And it's more of a procedural administrative thing, not they need to give us something to give them that. It's generally not the ask. So I think what we're looking more for is performance, right? Are we getting what was promised when it was promised?
I think I've got some marching orders on that. And again, these are all the items that we'll negotiate
Yeah.
with them, but I'll put some
Absolutely.
ideas together about how we accomplish that. IRC, page 12, section 4. Just start the whole thing.
Let me start with just one thing, if this were to, or some version of this gets done, I have a real concern that the administrator is not the city manager or somebody appointed by the city manager. I can't understand an agreement where our chief executive would not be the one to make these decisions, or somebody
Who's
he would
accountable to the
delegate
city
that,
council.
right? That person is the only person directly accountable to the city council for oversight, and therefore I think should be the one.
And that would be the individual serving on that IRC board? Is that what you were saying?
calling out
Yeah,
an
cause we're saying,
administrator.
we're administrator, you're saying that's the
Like-
community development director.
Right.
I'm saying it should be the city manager or somebody assigned by the city manager.
So not just for this section, but for the entire MDA?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to understand why, this is the direction that was proposed in this. What's the advantages and disadvantages to RSA? Because according to this, the planning commission would prefer it to be removed. So help me understand who came up with this, why, what the pros and cons of an IRC?
So it was kind of a joint process as we looked, so going back to section 3.5, I highlighted the last section. Development applications shall be approved by the city if such development applications comply with the city's vested laws in this MDA. So as we looked at the potential huge number of applications that might be coming into the city, right? And looking at how those are processed under our traditional procedures, most of those generally go to the planning commission. And then, once the planning commission has made their recommendation, they come back to staff and staff executes that. Generally the engineering and the planning department, public works, they go through all the technical standards and reviews. As we looked at the potentially large number of applications that this would inject into the city and the burden that would put on the planning commission, who, according to section 3.5, shall approve a development if it complies with the MDA, our discussion was, can we take that approval process off of planning commission's plate? Not because we don't necessarily want them to have that, but because they're required to approve it if it complies. Why can't another body also just approve it if it complies? And that's kind of where the genesis of this IRC came.
Again, I think that there are some details of this idea that still need to be massaged a little bit, but having sat on the planning commission for a number of years, I absolutely get the point that's being made here, because again, when you're reviewing a lot of these as a planning commission and things that are spelled out in the master development agreement, there are very few things that as a planning commission that you really can have a say in how they go. And so to the point of, I think we need to massage it a little bit more, but I think that there's some merits to this idea for sure, because again, as you get into some of the specifics of what we ask our planning commission to do, some of the stuff that they're seeing right now, and you hear it from them all the time, is they really don't have a say in it. It follows an MDA that's out there, and they are bound basically to approve those. So again, I think that this potentially helps to help streamline a process in allowing applications to move forward and not get bogged down in a process that ultimately, if it comes to the end of the line for the planning commission and all the boxes are checked, planning commission shall approve. So again, I think that there's some merits to it. I think that there's some massaging in what we may need to look at in terms of exactly what that breakdown is. But again, I think that I think there's some merits to the idea anyways, having sat in that position for a number of years.
And just to piggyback, I know there's more discussion that happens, but I want to provide some additional context of what it is the planning commission talked about. They, and Blake and Clint can correct me if I get this wrong. My takeaway was that they were not opposed to the administrative approval process. It was the lack of public transparency in that approval process, right? Even if it comes to the planning commission and they have to approve it, it's still on an agenda and there's still a public meeting where it's at least presented publicly. even though the public may not have an input, and even though the planning commission may be required to approve it at the end of the day, there was still that public element. So their opposition was not to the administrative process in general, it was more to the, how do we incorporate the public
You know,
into
that
this
frustrates
process?
the public so much.
It does.
When there's a open public hearing and they come in and they're expressing
And
really
there's no-
compelling, meaningful stuff, and we're like, sorry, our hands are tied, we have to approve it anyway. Man, that really takes the public off.
And that was the balance we were trying to strike, right, is how do we not create, how do we not become the enemies by saying, we want your feedback, but we're not gonna listen to it?
So, so why, cause I totally understand that, and I actually like their recommendation, don't do this IRC, which basically is just replicating that same thing, the planning commission, if there's no reason to do that, there's no reason to do that. So you have to spell out what just is an administrative approval through the staff process, does it fit or does it not? And what's required to go to the planning commission, is there anything subjective where the planning commission can say, well, you need to have this kind of fence as a buffer between these two uses, or I mean, there's always those things where, yeah, they have to approve it, but they can put conditions on it.
Right.
And that is useful in the public process, and that does help balance property rights with those around it. But if there's items that come through that there's literally nothing that anybody can do, it's just, does it fit this, then yeah, why are we having to go to planning commission right now in the first place?
So two questions, sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead.
One, does that administrative process, in terms of transparency, does that take out the community facilitator component of that as well? There was just nothing in there specific to
We didn't address that.
whether that did or didn't, so a question there. And then two, to Jared's point, I agree if it's just an administrative, but I guess, am I correct in the creation of the IRC on those administrative things made it so it wasn't completely city driven, that there was some unbiased things in there, or was that, I mean, for that administrative stuff, is it purely administrative? Is it purely in the court of the city, or was the intent of the IRC to take out some of that potential city bias as it comes to an administrative approval process, where the planning commission fills that role normally?
Right, great question. And I don't think that we actually addressed that in here. I think as we've discussed this and conceptualized how this process would work, I think that's a part of it, right? By injecting these neutral parties into it, they can look at the intent, but as the planning commission has pointed out, they don't necessarily capture the residents' concerns like the planning commission might, you know? But again, that goes back to, even if you're capturing residents' concerns and hearing what might be their clamor about a specific development application, can they still change anything at the end of the day?
Right.
I think,
Right.
to me, that's the key element is, if there's nothing subjective, if there's nothing to be interpreted, then that really is just an administrative thing anyway. If there is anything to be interpreted, that's kind of what the planning commission's for, and the public should be heard. So I
No,
get
I
trying
agree.
to, I get trying to streamline the process and not hang up, development unnecessarily on administrative things, but like, to me, that's the line, isn't
Yeah.
it?
But having been on the planning commission to just what we talked about, to where you sit there and allow the public to comment, and you get basically lambasted for 2 hours on something, and at the end, you can't change anything,
Everybody votes yes.
that's not a great position to put anybody in.
Then you need to go out through the
That's
security.
it, like, if it's an administrative thing that there's no subjectivity to, there's nothing to be interpreted, then there's no reason to go through that. So, I mean, that comes
It
back
brings up
to
a broader question though.
issue with our ordinances
Yeah.
and stuff, like, we shouldn't be doing that as it is right now.
But
Yeah,
I guess at the end of the day, that is the public process. And maybe it's presentation, when these are presented at planning commission, when they're first presented before the public, before they respond, it's explained. Contained in the MDA, here's all the things that are allowed. This is going through here for the process, just for awareness, and for the public to be aware that these are the things that are going to be happening. These are the things that we're free to in the MDA. Now, if there's any component after that they can they can have a say in that.
These are the things that we
Does
have
the
to
planning
consider.
Yeah,
commission
exact-
get to
exactly.
consider compelling countervailing public interest in their decision making?
If they make a written finding, yeah.
Which
So,
they've done twice in the last.
And I can
mean,
tell,
it
I
seems
can
like-
tell you that,
There's merit to that process then, right?
but those
but I can tell
interests
you
have to
that,
be actually
that we've had that exact discussion that you pointed out, Sherry, where we've clearly said that these are the parameters spelled out in the MDA, they check all the boxes, and again, then the response is then why the hell did you notice this and why the hell did we
Sure,
waste our time showing up?
Right.
If you were just gonna rubber stamp it.
Sure, and I understand that, and there's definitely always be people like that, but I still believe in the public process. I still believe that the public has a right to know and come and listen and be heard.
So I don't know that we're gonna solve this one tonight, right? This is a big issue. And I'm wondering if it would be helpful if we came back with all of the different application types and listed, like you pointed out, Jared. Is this something that is just objectively true or false, or is there a subjective
Yeah,
component to
Cause
it?
we should be doing that already, and that was the planning commission's, advice to us was, hey, help
'Cause you know
us
what,
out and do that.
I think there's an even broader application outside of this specific MDA is just, are we wasting the planning commission's time with a lot of stuff that could be handled administratively all along, I
But
mean.
that should be, like I said,
Yeah, that
I
probably
think-
should be
I think that's the
We've
way to
talked
go
about
about
that
it is.
honestly for years,
Yeah.
that discussion's been had for years.
And I mean, I see these,
So we'll-
they're nodding, yes,
It's
we
been had
hated
for
this
years.
stupid.
So it sounds like it's bigger than this, we can come back with some things, but we also will look into specifically what those ordinances and if it's a state statute that's driving that or not. But I agree, if there is no way for the public to influence, it's truly that on-off switch,
Well, if there's-
that is
yeah.
what
If
administration.
there's no way
to
for the
Jared's point,
planning
if it's
commission-
administrative, it's administrative.
Exactly.
So, and it sounds
I
like,
mean, shame on us if we're sending stuff like that to the planning commission right now.
it sounds like too that there's an interest from this body to also maintain a public component.
We are.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's definitely an important, compelling, interest that the public has in some of the decisions that are made, right?
Let's say,
They don't really necessarily have to be a part of the truly administrative rubber stamping stuff, right? I mean, that's just a function of a city to do that.
I don't enjoy sitting up there for an hour like we did the other night, getting yelled at for tax stuff that we explained at the beginning. This isn't changing anything, and we had several people say, don't, right? Even though we explained it. But that is the public process. And and even though we explained it and said what we're doing and why, we still had to hear them out and acknowledge that and explain it some more. But if but that's our job, I think, as their elected representatives, when it comes to the planning commission, I mean, if it's a rubber stamp, why would we create a whole nother rubber stamp board for it?
Right.
That just doesn't make any sense.
So we'll come up with some, or we'll itemize those applications and review those and be able to discuss those with you, and I think that will add to this conversation. We'll include that public component as well, public input component, see how we can work that in.
Let me add one amendment to your thought is that, and if it is not a rubber stamp administrative process, why would we circumvent the planning commission? Right.
Perfect. I liked that. That was good feedback on that one. Section 5, I'm not gonna dive into. I think I've already made clear that I'm gonna add some language here based upon the previous discussion, and that will cue up our discussion.
I was really excited to go into section
No, absolutely not. Just kidding.
Some language, and
So,
it'd be like 10 pages.
It'll be robust, yeah. Section 6, I just start pretty much all of it.
Yeah, I have that, we have a bunch of work to do on this
Yeah.
to bring back.
Yeah.
Two specific things I didn't mention before. For detention and retention, I'm completely fine with that being calculated as part of open space as long as it's really useful open space.
The design
If it's a-
guidelines cover that,
If it's a
yes.
mud puddle, that's not interesting, right?
Although anytime that it's large enough that we can put a field in it and he can do.
That's
Right,
fine,
right,
as
yes.
long as it's not,
But as long as
partially
it's
covered
not,
in water most
and they
of the
have
time.
we've talked about that, right? There's some really cool stormwater retention and stuff that you guys have. I mean, it's very cool.
That's the only reason we invited Jonathan tonight. We
Right,
had to
just-
sit through this whole
just for
thing
that whole
so he
thing,
could
yeah.
explain to us the
It's
storm.
very,
yeah.
very cool, right? I like how it works and
Don't,
Don't.
So-
It's like 85th, if I remember this right, it's like 85th percentile storm
80th.
retention will be below the surface of the ground and we won't see it, and it's only in that upper 15% kind of storm that the water would come up only for a short while, so it won't destroy it, won't keep it as a
Sounds
mud
like
puddle.
we're talking about that one and
I
the next.
was paying attention, yes.
Do not close, don't do it, don't do it.
And then, the other part about,
Change order, don't do it.
you know, open space does not include park strips developed in publicly dedicated right of way, so we're excluding that. But we are including private park strips in the open space count, and
Which is maybe where that
I'm not
matters more.
necessarily buying that as usable community space,
It's
right?
not.
Yeah, cause park strips should
That's
just
just a
be
typo.
gravel to,
That's hard.
anyway.
Okay. Yeah, and I,
Did you hear that?
He said that was just a typo.
you said that's a typo, that's not necessarily their intent, so I'm just, I don't think we want to include park strips as part of the
You
open
do that
space
whole
calculation.
section.
Scratch it, yeah.
7.11.
You can have a very long croquet course.
Very straight frisbee golf
Very
course.
long, straight, yeah.
Just a
golf,
quick
don't-
thing on
don't-
7.11, I think it should say the minister may approve after consulting with relevant city staff or something there that just ties it to the issue, rather than consulting with city staff. Cause if Nathan did talk to,
Yeah.
some city staff, it doesn't qualify, it has
Relevant.
to be relevant.
I also classify that somewhere else, so I'm inconsistent in my terms of relevant subject matter expert city staff, right? So public works, city staff, engineering. Good catch, I'll include that.
If I can just take one step back, 6.8. There, not only this particular paragraph, but as Jared brought up earlier, a broader aspect that needs to be referenced in section 5 is reimbursed up to the actual amount of fee received without being backed up by
Good catch.
capital funds,
And
sales tax revenue.
they'll eat it if.
I think we should put that in the thing.
That's
The
specific.
developer will eat it.
I'm not trying to be brash or anything, but let's be honest, how many times have we had developers come in and say, promise the world in this particular subdivision, and then, well, as long as you guys pay for it, right? Like, yeah, you can put as many pretty pictures on, as you want, but great, if you're gonna promise that to residents, you better be ready to back it up. That's how we address that issue.
I'll capture that, thank you.
I wanna see it say eat it, no, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
you're right. Anything on section 7 with the modification processes?
On 7122, shall cooperate reasonably and promptly and fairly, I guess that's fair enough, never mind. I'll leave it alone.
It's very
It's not
much
tweaking too
legalese, right?
I got it.
Anytime the word reasonably is included, it implies a sense of,
There's a whole bunch of those, like who determines reasonableness, right, yeah.
we could narrow it down to a specific date. The reason why we put reasonably is a city council meeting might not be for 4 weeks.
Right, and that's, I just wanna say that it says reasonably and promptly and fairly processing the application, it doesn't,
Say
right,
approve, yeah, good catch.
That's,
so it's fair enough.
that's as they would say in Oklahoma, they're fixing to get ready to.
Yeah, exactly, fixes and get ready.
Not just getting ready to, they're fixing to get ready to.
Any other comments on section 7?
Those are my people, I don't know exactly.
Can we put more ones on the same, 7.111?
Some people don't like to draft this way. I prefer to do it simply because I can call that section out specifically and you're not flipping to the the section heading, and so it's more of a preference, but
I'm just excited to
Okay.
say 7.1.
Specifically, 7.1.2.6, where it says, the city council and master developer shall meet within 14 calendar days. To your point, city council may not be meeting regularly at that, maybe we need to adjust that time frame just a little bit.
catch.
Whenever the city council feels like it.
Section 8,
Can I, one other thing.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's section 8.5. Also, considering time frame on that too.
Yeah. That was one of the ones I had.
Yeah, if it's just 20 days and the council hasn't had a chance to meet or discuss something, because of the Open Public Meeting Act requirements, it's sometimes hard for the council to have deliberations about things.
20 business days is effectively 30 days.
Right.
Yeah. But still, even at
It's
30
probably,
days-
it's probably right, just,
You could put, you could put language in there saying, or at the next city council meeting,
Yeah.
whichever is earliest, right?
sure,
Whichever's earliest, yes.
yeah.
8.3, I think goes back to Dave's earlier point of the assignment of units.
That's probably where that needs to get.
Part of that larger discussion.
I interpret that as.
8.3 says that developer selling or conveying lots of any approved subdivision shall not be deemed an assignment subject to, right? So that's referring to that same.
And what this is also capturing is essentially saying that if they sell off lots, they still have certain obligations as the master developer.
As the master developer, right?
They're not assigning those obligations to another party.
Right.
If they go and sell to a builder,
Right.
they're still required to come in and install any improvements
Right.
if the builder does not end up doing it.
I think what we're saying is though, once we get to the point where we've figured out the language on density.
It's part of that conversation.
That needs to specifically be called out in this, that's separate.
9.1, anything before that? You said you have some stuff you're gonna add, you have a general, cause this is one thing I've definitely gotten this question.
Yeah.
Is, well, we don't like what the council does, and we wanna go that route, I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be contemplated.
Yeah, like I said, this is an off-ramp provision really, so it's up to you to discuss and we can provide some maybe suggestions. And we really haven't discussed this, we have discussed, there's a need for this provision, but we haven't really hunkered down and figured out what we want that to say or what we think it should say. Obviously, a referendum would affect the timeframes, right? So, do we care about that as a city, is something you should, as a council, consider in looking at what language to include in there, right? A referendum puts this on hold, right, until that referendum is sorted out. We'd also have to look at what the effect of the referendum is, right? If it's sustained, you know, what do we then want to do as a city? Again, do we wanna use this as an off-ramp, or do we wanna delay things? And that's just calling a spade, I think that's largely going to be determined by the developer, right? I think they're gonna want stronger off-ramp provisions in this section than the city is necessarily. Just the way I see it.
I mean, to kind of think through pros and cons for the city, right? If we get what we want out of this, then there's the risk that the residents may override what's good, but if that's the case, then to me, that's what that process is for.
Right.
So I think it does really more come down to the time frame. Do they have, because as it's written now, is it still the same, we have to wait until the next general election?
I'd have to refresh it.
Did they change that part of it?
I think it stays the same. Bruce is
Like,
queued up on referendum law better than I am.
more than fine with it being the next the next election rather than the next general election, right? Instead of waiting 18 months, it's 6 months, sort of thing. So fine with those sorts of things, but I guess that's where we have to find out what they're thinking.
What they're, and that's kind of where we've been
'Cause I've had-
in discussing this, is we say, let us know what you want here and then we can.
Even just
massage it.
meetings
He's got a draft.
meetings with the league, I don't know, some of you've been in some of those where the elected officials have expressed, what's the right word?
Disdain?
Consternation that the public has interrupted their plans, they know what's best. And to me, again, that's what that process is for, the public is the public and we're supposed to represent them sort of thing, we can do all we want here, but if we've done our best and explained why we think it's great for all these reasons and they still tell us no, like, I feel I want to listen to them.
And that's the
So
point.
I guess we just need to know what.
And that's
what
why
they
we
want.
included this, right? We could have, that a referendum process is still applicable whether we call it out in here or not. We just wanted to just get ahead of it and say, here's what's gonna happen if it does occur, so. Let me see what else we've got.
9.6.
9.6.
I actually think you really can't,
Break some things
we gotta
down.
discuss this in a different.
I mean, that's where I'll say we've gotta add, there's nothing about phasing in here. So, we need a whole nother section of phasing and we need some specifics of the plan.
that'll affect
Go with
the
that,
outcome of
yeah.
this discussion.
And I'll just
think that's-
reiterate again as far as my comments about the performance part of that. Be creative, I mean, I think there's a number of creative ways to look at that, so I'm open to any options there.
That's all I had, unless anybody else has anything else.
I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Hold on, I got a couple more things. These are, so I copied everybody on this email back when the original MDA draft came out. These are very general kind of things. But I just wanna make sure that we've considered some of these in here. I don't necessarily that they're fully called out, or at least completely called out. So we talked about the reimbursement agreements, making sure that if there's a shortfall at the end, it's not the taxpayers holding the bill. We've discussed, expiration date of the agreement and how to modify that. I said it this way, I said, I have an ongoing question about binding future permits to execution of the agreement. I.e., if there is a plan to develop a certain home product or an amenity or percentage of commercial, failure to execute on those plans should have some impact on the ability to develop further. Again, I think we're looking to tie some kind of performance to this, right? I will not read all of that, but I further outlined that regarding phases of building, density numbers, how all of that should be impacted under my item number 5 there. And then, one other issue that I have is that so much of this approval and consideration of this annexation was prompted and is gonna be tied to a discussion about city finances. And that, our at least financial analysis of the impacts of this, positive, negative, are gonna be impacted by the numbers, the amenities, the units, the capital projects, all of that stuff, right? If changes are made at a future time that would negatively impact city finances, there should be some recourse for the city to make adjustments to the MDA as well. That's not in there yet. But again, if we're not promised, that's probably the wrong word.
Contractually
When we're
obligated?
contractually obligating ourselves to do certain things based on certain assumptions, when those assumptions change substantially, there should be some ability for us to modify the agreement accordingly. And then, I did say it should have a schedule of infrastructure plan implementation. Talked about that, and then one other area I have here, it says, commercial areas need to be kept commercial, nor churches or schools should be built on land designated for commercial. They should come out of the residential land percentages and densities. So if we're assuming, as we spell this out, that there's going to be X acres of commercial or X square footage of commercial or something like that, that's great until the school district comes along and takes up all that commercial space, then we don't get it. I just think that there should be some,
That was one of our non-negotiables.
not
that
some.
Be included in our
I think it should
policy.
just be tied in all MDAs that if there is part of the agreement includes a certain percentage of commercial, school or whatever can't.
Civic
uses can't trump that still percentage of commercial, it would have to come out of the residential side.
I think we actually need to be more broad than commercial, industrial, I mean, there's a
Retail,
number of,
right,
number of
restaurant, all those
facilities,
different, right.
So if it's a non-residential zone, I would say, right?
Well, and there's something.
We want those specific,
It's gonna be a little weird with this new, planned development zone, I can't remember what we call it. Master plan, community zone thing. Right, there's gonna be a lot more nebulous than that, which is why I think there's more specificity required in the MDA that says, here are the elements that are included, even if we're being flexible about how they're composed, this is what it's all gonna entail when it's completed.
You capture that in a detailed phasing plan.
Right.
So, yeah, I've got this email, as you'll see, I've made a bunch of notes on it,
Good.
I actually talked with the developer about this, so
Okay.
they're aware of these items as
Okay.
well, so. the last thing I would just ask for is, so I will work on these items that we've written down. I'm gonna get back together with staff and make sure we've captured it all. As I've outlined, I'll have a schedule for you at the next meeting. It'll be up to the council to determine whether you would like another special meeting like this one to talk
There's
about
already
the
one
updates.
scheduled a week from today.
That's
Oh, is
for a
that-
different
that's a
thing.
different purpose.
That's not for this.
Oh, yeah.
It's for a
That's
strategic
strategic
plan.
plan.
So again, our meeting schedule, we've got August 25th, September 8th, September 22nd, September 29th is a joint meeting. And then a first meeting in October,
You know, I think we're gonna have to play it by ear a little bit, right? I mean, if you come back with an MDA and we read through it and everybody's concerns are resolved and it's beautiful and magnificent and
that's exactly what
it's the
I'm gonna
greatest
do.
thing we've ever, which I'm sure is exactly what you're gonna come with. Then, you know, we may not need to have a special work meeting to
Right.
go through it. On the other hand, if we're getting into it and we realize there's, you know, areas that you need to discuss with us or we need to discuss with you in great detail, we may need another meeting instead of taking up a.
And I might suggest with that, when we had this meeting with the planning commission, and this is just a suggestion, but when we had this meeting with the planning commission, there were times when they would turn to the developer and say, is this something we would do? And 5 times out of 10, half the time, it was, yeah, and we didn't have to discuss it anymore, right? That was valuable, so maybe consider that as you look to what their role will be in this
Well, I
negotiation
think
process.
that's really
Oh,
what the next,
I was eyeing their faces when we were saying.
well, and that's really what the next meeting is kind of set up to be, right? Is this is our first reading through where we said, okay, here's kind of the major things that we see. They get to work on some of those things, and the next one is really gonna be where they say, they push back on things and we push back on others.
And I anticipate we'll whittle it down, you know, we've got 10 items now, next we might be 7, and the next time we might be 3.
We might think of more between now.
And I would just say this, listen, up to this point, through all of the, I don't want people to think that this is the only negotiation that's happened. There are so many little aspects just in, you know, engineering and road widths and design, I mean, just all of these things that have been worked on for months and months with staff and council. A great deal has been accomplished and has been accomplished, well. I'm pleased with the work that's been done. I'm proud of the conversations that have been had and the advancement that's been made. I think that this MDA was a great framework for us to start having a discussion about, right? I think it fell short of what, you know, this body's ideas were, but I think it captured a lot of the elements that we're trying to get communicated to us, and I think it did it pretty well, so I appreciate all the effort and work that's gone into that, so. Even though we came in and just pissed all over it, I didn't want you to think that we didn't appreciate the work so far.
I appreciate that, Steve, and that, I didn't address this at the beginning, but it was totally my anticipation that this was a draft, right? I told the planning commission last night, this isn't ready for approval, but it is ready for review by you, right? And that's the process that we're in, right? We're now just reviewing it. There's still gonna be a negotiation that's gonna happen, right? What we did tonight was not a negotiation, it was let's itemize what it is we're going to negotiate. And I appreciate the feedback and I'm ready to keep going.
Well, I'll reiterate what Steve said, for the sake of developers. I think that there's a way for us to get there, but like the things that we called out here are the big ones. So I don't think anybody sitting at this table is looking at it as like, there's no way we're doing this. I know that that's a fear that Doug and company has. I don't think that's the case for any of us.
It's finding the right balance.
Yeah. We just have
Yeah,
to make
and
sure it works for us.
I would add too that, I don't think that there's any intent to try and, script the timeframe, right? I don't think there's any desire to go, we're gonna purposely miss a meeting so we can screw this up, right? I don't think that's it at all. But I also think this body wants to make sure that we do this right. I mean, this is a huge thing for the city. It has major impacts, for the next lots of years. And is as we're all aware, has been a very, very, hot button topic for this community for some time. We just wanna make sure we're doing our job to do it right. And I think tonight was a great step for the council to more engage in this process, which has been, you know, a lot of administrative stuff up to this point, but, Gentlemen, we appreciate the good faith that's been given in the negotiations, your willingness to cooperate on so many things that have already been accomplished. And I have great faith we'll be able to work through the rest of these issues.
Was that a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion.
Do you have what you need, Jackie?
Yep.
Alright, thanks everybody.
You have to say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
She said she had what she needed.
CG. For the motion.
I'm good with that.
Chief is still here? Time to see make it all the way through.
Alright, that's-
Woo-wee.
Thanks a lot.